ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do, just to cheer up the boys she knew. She made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game, take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and
I apologize for Baltimore.
I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Oh boy, is this great!
Greetings, folks, and welcome to this special presentation of the 2025 World Series Game 7 here on the Orioles Birdwatcher Network channel. There's no network. It's just me. How you doing? Welcome, folks. Game 7 of the 2025 World Series between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nice to be back here on the mic, calling a ball game. We've got one more here in 2025. And even though I'm not completely out of the woods with my health issues, which affect my my throat a little bit, I'm almost out of the woods. And it's Game 7, man. It's Game 7. I was thinking about Game 6. I'm like, but Game 7, I can't pass on Game 7. We'll see what kind of turnout we have tonight. I'm expecting very small. There's a lot of channels, obviously, covering this game. Any channel that does baseball play-by-play, whether they devote their channel to a particular team or spread it around, everybody's calling this game tonight, as they should. So I'm going to temper my expectations, especially considering I've been missing in action here for 2 or 3 weeks. I'm just happy to get back into the chair. Well, not this particular chair. It's very uncomfortable, but the proverbial chair, right? And call this game. I've honestly, I have not watched this World Series start to finish. I haven't even watched a single game from start to finish. I've only watched condensed highlights and have tuned in at particular moments of the game to watch. I'm very particular about watching postseason baseball after, my team isn't in it. And, of course, the Orioles didn't even make it to October this season. So calling the games, it's different because I just lock in and call them. But when I'm watching on my own time, between not feeling well and then not having my team in it, I just don't really want to watch. I'm kind of like Brad Pitt from Moneyball, minus the handsomeness. You know how, he didn't want to watch his A's play? He felt like there was a jinx or something. Something just wasn't right. Well, I guess that's the way I've been about this World Series. But I have been following along the storylines. You can't get to a Game 7 of a World Series without it being pretty damn dramatic. And, last night it was more of the same. The game ended on a pretty bizarre double play. The Blue Jays had runners at second and third and nobody out in the ninth inning. Those were the tying runs in a 3-1 Dodger ball game. But a ball hit into the outfield was caught on the run, and a runner at second, I think it was Addison Barger, got nailed there trying to get back to the base and in a game-ending double play. And the Dodgers have evened up this series at 3 games apiece. This is Game 7. We had no idea who LA was going to give the baseball to pitch to start Game 7 when the game ended last night. And when we woke up this morning, for the most part, I guess announced at some point late morning, early afternoon, that Shohei Ohtani is going to start for the Dodgers, and he'll be facing Max Scherzer, the veteran right-hander who I would assume is making his last ever start in a Major League uniform, and it comes in a Game 7 of a World Series. You can't get much more dramatic than this, folks. Scherzer versus Ohtani, Game 7. Yeah, I'm not going to miss this. Hope we get no issues with streaming this game. It's been a while for me. I'm excuse me. I'm catching up with my old habits here and trying to remember how to get everything set up nice and neat. All right. Well, what is this? This is hockey. No, I do not want hockey. I want baseball. Thank you very much. That looks more like a baseball field. Right, so we'll take a look at the starting lineups here. Again, the pitching matchups, Max Scherzer against Shohei Ohtani. I mean, drama, folks. Drama. You've got a first ballot Hall of Fame pitcher making probably the last start of his very impressive Major League career against what most people would probably say is the greatest player of the 21st century, Shohei Ohtani, who can, be considered the best hitter in the game. That alone is, impressive. But he can also pitch, which he'll be doing tonight. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this lineup. So, for the visiting Dodgers, Ohtani is going to lead off, pitch, do everything. Ohtani leading off for the Dodgers. Will Smith will do the catching and bat second. Freddie Fermin is at first base, batting third. Looks like there's a national anthem going on right now. No disrespect. I'm going to plow through here. Freddie Freeman at first base is hitting third. Mookie Betts, the cleanup hitter at shortstop. Max Muncy will play third base and bat fifth. Teoscar Hernandez is in right field hitting sixth. Tommy Edman in center field hitting seventh. Kike Hernandez will bat eighth and play left field. And Miguel Rojas, the veteran infielder, at second base. He caught that ball from the outfield on a short hop at second to get that game-ending double play ball last night, Rojas. He got very pumped after getting that final out. It was very exciting. Can you tell the way I'm relaying it to you? Very exciting. For the Blue Jays, leading off and DHing is George Springer. Nathan Lucas is in left field batting second. Vlad Guerrero Jr. is at first base hitting third. Bo Bichette, cleanup hitter, second base. Addison Barger is in right field batting fifth. Alejandro Kirk, center. Imagine Kirk in center field. Let's all just sit back and imagine that for a minute. Okay, you got that out of your head? Alejandro Kirk is doing the catching. He's hitting sixth. Dalton Varsho is your center fielder batting seventh. Ernie Clement will hit eighth and play third base. And Andres Jimenez is at shortstop batting ninth. Just a reminder, in the regular season, the Blue Jays won 94 games. The Dodgers won 93. They both entered the postseason on a win streak, and obviously they made it through their respective leagues, winning the pennant. And this is it, Game 7, folks. This is the 41st Game 7 in the history of Major League Baseball World Series. Well, I say Game 7. I guess I should say game final, because there was a game back, I think, in the 20s. That was actually Game 8, because one of the games earlier in that series was suspended as a tie because they didn't have lights up yet, or the weather was, I don't know what it was, whatever. But the point is, 40 times before tonight, the baseball season has ended in a World Series final game where the winner wins it and the loser, either team who, if they win it, wins it. I don't know. How do you say it? It's up for grabs, folks. It's up for grabs. And, yeah. I read something about the history of Game 7s and very interesting stuff. First of all, in those 40 previous final games, the road team actually has a winning record. Not by much. It's 21-19. Also, Game 7s have historically been very, very close. Out of the 40 that have been played, nearly half of them, actually I think it's slightly more than half of them, have been decided by 1 or 2 runs. With about half of those 1 run and the other half 2. And like something like 80%, something like 30 out of the 40, 32 out of the 40, whatever that works out to, have been by like 3 or 4 runs or fewer. So only once in a while does a Game 7 end with a lopsided victory for one of the teams. Normally, it's very, very close. Normally, it comes down to a very specific moment, as most baseball games do. But that moment in a Game 7 of a World Series is obviously amplified. And whatever that moment is tonight is going to be something that we see on highlight reels as baseball fans for however long we're still lucky enough to be chilling here on Earth. Because that's how it goes. Game 7, folks. Strap in. All right. How am I sounding here, Charm City chat? Everything okay? We're in a commercial break right now. I'm now just hoping that my stream isn't too far behind with everybody else. We'll try and get everything synced up once we get started. Please tell me there's at least like a dozen people here. We got 15. Okay. Got to start somewhere, folks. I'm not going to front. I'm probably going to feel a little bit down if the turnout tonight is really, really poor. But at the same time, like, I'm kind of already mentally prepared for that to be the case. So it's like I've already gone through the grieving process. No big deal. I am starting up some new content tomorrow night. I'll probably be talking about it more in the middle of the ball game, hopefully with more people here. But if you weren't aware, I'm going to be starting a season of the show, which is the baseball game on the video game console. I have a PlayStation 4. The game itself is actually the year before this year's version of the game, but it doesn't matter. You can simulate things to get everything caught up to right where we are, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to play a season as if I was taking over the team right now. In fact, I already got to work and made some off-season moves to get the team ready for opening day, and tomorrow night we begin with a series against the Athletics. And I'm looking forward to that because I want to pick a fun stadium to play in because it's at the Athletics, which means there's no actual legit ballpark in the game for that. Again, this is a game from the year before this past year. They weren't playing in Sacramento yet, so they still had the Coliseum. We can't play at the Coliseum. Hey, folks, I'm just chilling for a minute. I'm going to have a few bites of this food here. No need for you guys to watch, right? So let's just take me off the camera for a sec and enjoy a little bit of holdover music. Hey, Doug. I guess you keep forgetting that I'm going to ban you every time you show up. Bye, Doug. So anyway, Doug, again, doesn't seem to grasp that he had the opportunity. I said, Doug, I'm going to give you a choice. You can cut the act, be chill, be a part of the channel if you'd like. If not, you're Dunsky. Doug, you're done, dude. I'm sorry. But now you've learned something. Now you're obsessed with my channel. It's hilarious, dude. It's kind of sad, but it's also very, very predictable. And Doug, again, let me just give you some advice, Doug. Everything that you're doing is lame, predictable, and being done by a million other losers in their basements at any given time. Like, try to be unique, Doug. Try to be your own person. Just a little bit of advice from your friend BW. How's everybody else doing? Charm City chat. Hey, Matt's here. Animan, George, Phantom, Bam, Daniel Barry, Pagan Jew. It's been a long time. Ken Bates. Orioles fan 72. What's up, Orioles fan 72? I'm Orioles fan born in 77. So you were 11 years old when last time we won the World Series independent, Orioles fan 72. You have a memory. I was 6. No memory. No memory. I was too busy wiping boogers on the walls. I didn't know what the hell I was doing at 6. Chilo's here. Ken Bates. Who else we got? Charles is here. How you doing, Chuck? Carl. Good to see Carl. He's here to watch the Jays win. I'm doing okay. I need to grab a couple more bites. Folks, I'm watching coverage right now, and I don't know. It's the desk with David Ortiz, Jeter, and A-Rod. And either this was recorded earlier in the evening or 98% of the crowd hasn't shown up yet because there is nobody sitting in the stands behind them. Please tell me this was pre-recorded. But why would it be pre-recorded? Are they not able to do this live? Do one of these guys just have a habit of screwing up very often, and they have to do the studio thing earlier and then cut it? I don't know. Coming back on screen here. How you doing, folks? Hi. So yeah, a lot of people probably going, BW, where you been, man? We haven't seen you since the what was it? Division series? Or did I get into the ALC? No, I got into the ALCS, right? Toronto and Detroit? Was that Toronto and Seattle? Sorry, Toronto and Seattle. I think I got to game 2, and that's when everything went downhill. By the way, apologies in advance if you do hear me coughing. If I cough, it's involuntary. I've got one of those, like, whooping coughs or whatever. One of those, like, something triggers in your, in your esophagus, just a little tickle, and then next thing you know, you're like, ugh. You know what I mean? So if that happens, I just hope no projectiles are coming out. Sorry to disgust my tiny audience, but hey, Doug. Yeah, I'm soft. I can't handle the heat. No, Doug, I think I've explained myself well, and create another account, dude. You're not bringing my channel down, dude. This isn't the Doug channel. Dude, you're sad. Again. Do you honestly think that what you're doing is somehow innovative or creative or like a gotcha thing? First of all, I'm waiting for first pitch, Doug. I got time to kill. So go ahead and create another account and come on in, bud. We'll have fun with you. Doug is desperate for attention, folks. Sucks to be Doug. Shohei Ohtani is making his way out from the bullpen right now. Body language seems to be kind of meh. All right, that looks more like a packed crowd. Still nobody out on the field. We've already been on for 20 minutes. Better early than late, but I was under the impression we had an 8 o'clock start time. We are now 6 minutes past the top of the hour, and there is still nobody on the field. I have no idea when this first pitch is actually going to go down. So that'll give Doug time to create a couple of more accounts so that he can write in one comment. We've got some mods here. By the way, mods, take care of Doug, will you? Again, just remove from channel. That's all you got to do. Did I get everybody? Did I say hey to Michael? Michael is here. How you doing, Michael? Oh, here's something we can do. Now, wouldn't this be funny? Wouldn't this be funny if I gave out some free memberships and Doug got one? It's all random, folks. I can't control it. Let's see if Doug, now that we're in November, let's give out some magic memberships. Maybe it'll inspire a few people to check out the content that's coming up here in November. Hey, there's Derek getting a membership. Now, Derek is a regular. I'm sure he'll be happy about that. Denbrew, PJ, Texas Outlaw, Mark, and John Wallet. There you go, folks. Welcome in. All right. By the way, I forget. I'm supposed to say things like hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Because, you know, that's what us YouTube people have to say. Okay? Hey, chat, was it just me or has home plate blue not been good this series? Has the umpiring balls and strikes? You would think. Well, maybe, you know, I mean, they've already announced that the ABS system is being implemented next year, right? The automated balls and strikes that you can challenge. So the umpires are aware of that. This is their final hurrah when it comes to being terrible at calling balls and strikes, right? This is it. So maybe they just have a who gives a damn attitude. Like, this is my last chance to, you know, call a pitch that's clearly a strike, a ball, or vice versa until we have to be held accountable for it. But, yeah, I guess that makes this a bit of a historic game as well. Next time we see a game that means something, there'll be a challenge system in place for calling out these umps for a wrong call. What else is going on, folks? How was your Halloween, by the way? I hope everybody had fun. Did anybody go out? And if they did anybody you see, did they dress up as Gladys, Aunt Gladys from the movie Weapons that came out earlier this year? That's like my favorite movie this year. Horror film, but also lots of fun. And Aunt Gladys, who was played by Amy Madigan. Now, you baseball fans know who Amy Madigan is. She was the wife of Kevin Costner in the movie Field of Dreams back in 1989. You might also remember as the love interest of John Candy from the movie Uncle Buck. Redheaded lady, good actress, but, you know, I hadn't seen hide nor hair from Amy Madigan in decades. And I knew I recognized her when I watched this movie as I was watching it without seeing her name in the credits. But I couldn't place it. I'm like, God, I know her. I know her. And once I found out that it was her, I was blown away. Because, man, her performance as Aunt Gladys. I hope you guys check out the movie Weapons. But if you saw a person while you're out on Halloween in like a very bright tracksuit with like a very ugly looking redheaded wig and big like Harry Carey looking sunglasses and just looking guano crazy. All right, Ohtani's up to the plate, folks. We're ready for Game 7. Can we just forget about my little anecdote because it's time for first pitch. Max Scherzer to the plate. Ohtani, it is high for ball 1. Folks, that is the first pitch. If you are not synced up with me, let's get synced. Scherzer goes into his windup, and the next pitch is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. So if you are ahead of me, the best thing to do is just pause your game right after a moment of some sort happens. Preferably an out, and then unpause it as soon as I announce that out, and then we'll be synced up for the rest of the ballgame. Ohtani fouls off the third pitch. The count is 2-1. Phantom has sent a super chat. I remember those. Those are nice to see.
Message for you, son.
Here's the 2-1 from Scherzer. That ball is hit out toward right center by Ohtani and will get down in front of Varsho for a base hit. Ohtani begins the night with a single off of Scherzer. That pitch started to dip on Ohtani, but was still able to adjust and shoot the gap. All right, that'll bring up Will Smith, hitting .250 in the World Series with a home run, 5 driven in. By the way, give me a minute and I'll get the balls and strikes up. We'll see if it's a spoiler situation or not. First pitch to Smith is a strike. So Phantom coming in with a super chat. Sorry for the late reaction. Happy belated Halloween, BW. I dressed up as Indiana Jones and handed out candy. Smith fouls one away. It's 0-2. Nice. Now, Phantom, you don't have to put in a super chat for this answer to this question, but I want to know what kind of candy you're handing out. And I want to know what kind of candy everybody here hands out. Are you a cheapskate? Are you handing out those awful candies that I would get so pissed off as a kid whenever I was given them, like those Mary Jane hard candies? Here's a ground ball. Diving stop by Vlad. The first baseman will pop up and toss it to Scherzer, covering the bag for out number 1. Will Smith with a ground ball to the right side. Diving stop by Guerrero. And the big man showing off his agility there. Scherzer, the old man, showing off his baseball IQ by being there ready to cover the bag. So first out of the ball game, Ohtani now at second base. Freddie Freeman up at the plate. First pitch to him. Hit in the air to center. Left center. Going back on it is Varsho, and on the edge of the track, he makes the catch. Ohtani will tag and make it up to third base, but there are 2 down now. In the inning, Freeman flies out to deep left center. Hey, Rob is here. Who have I been rooting for? Max Scherzer, I mean, come on. It's too good of a story. I really want to see Max Scherzer, pitch a gem and lock up the series for the Blue Jays because he's just been great for the game of baseball. I love personalities like his in the game, and it's going to be, a loss to see him hang it up. But what a way. Uh-oh. What the hell is that noise? What in the hell? Good grief. Hold on, folks. Okay, whatever that was. Ground ball to shortstop. Over to first in time. Betts retired. Scherzer gets out of the inning after a leadoff single given up to Ohtani. Blue Jay fans high-fiving already. We're going to the bottom of the first. It's the Dodgers, nothing, and the Blue Jays are coming up. Right. Whatever that noise was, my apologies. I don't think I'm going to be utilizing the soundboard too much tonight. considering most sounds are Oriole related.
Splish, splash, I was taking a bath.
You know what I mean? But it's here anyway. Let's see if that noise comes back. Rob went as Eloy Casagrande, the drummer from Slipknot. Okay, I saw a funny outfit. It was Weird Al Jurgensen. So the guy had his costume cut right down the middle of his face and down. You know how people wear half, Two-Face from Batman, whatever. But he was Weird Al on this side, Hawaiian shirt, afro hair, the big goofy glasses, mustache. But he was Al Jurgensen on this side, the Ministry look, the black and goth metal thing going on. Weird Al Jurgensen. Nice outfit. I handed out a mix. It had Jolly Rancher suckers, gummy bears, Kit Kats, Reese Cups, Twizzlers, and Hershey bars. I handed out a handful to each kid. Now, Phantom, again, you got to be careful, though, with that kind of arrangement. If you randomly go in for a handful, and I'm the kid that doesn't get a peanut butter cup, I'm egging your house, man. Why is he getting a peanut butter cup? Why is my random handful nothing but Jolly Ranchers? All this hard-ass candy? He's got Kit Kats. He's got peanut butter cups. I got Jolly Ranchers. This is some BS, right? I would have it laid out like medication for a home, a little one little thing in each little tray. You take one from each. I got to be careful. I've had fights over Halloween candy. All mini bars and packs. Well, I would hope so. If you're giving out full-sized Hershey bars, then I'm going to start trick-or-treating again. Shake, 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 senora. Oh, I forgot. Is there a scoreboard? I don't know. Here it is. Where are we? There. Let's see. It's catching up now. I just opened it, and now it's going through all the motions. Ohtani's about to throw his first pitch. It will be for the Blue Jays, Springer, Lucas, and Guerrero coming up to hit. And let's see. Yeah, this is just catching up. Betts will make a ground out to short. That is out of the way. And then hopefully we'll be caught up here in a moment. Ohtani's still warming up. Seems like he's getting more time than normal. Springer, okay. Now are they going to show me a pitch already? Because I don't want to see anything else now. I'm hoping I'm not too far behind. Am I far behind, folks? How am I doing? You're watching the game. I'm in the top of the first. How far behind am I? Why is Ohtani getting so much time to get loose? It's like a full warm-up. I don't get it. What is this? Hello? Who else is given this privilege to warm up for 5 additional minutes? I don't know, but looks like he just threw his last warm-up pitch. Sprinkled in some Reese's, take 5 bars in the mix, and try to get some kind of orange in each handful. Yeah, you gotta... Yeah, you want a nice colorful... All right, here's the first pitch. Ohtani throws a curveball that is up to George Springer for ball 1. Springer hitting .333 in the World Series. 5 for 15, 1 RBI. Second pitch from Ohtani is low and away on a curveball again. 2-0. Looks like we are about 2 pitches behind on this pitch tracker. So that'll tell you how far behind I am. But can't really do much about it, folks. Again, if you want to enjoy the experience of watching along with me and not just listening, then you'll have to sync up your TV. It's 3-0 on Springer. There's a strike on the outside corner, 3-1. And it looks like this at-bat is going to become a hit. I don't want to be spoiled. The 3-1 is a line drive, base hit into left center field, into the gap, cut off there by Hernandez, and he'll get it back in, holding Springer to a long single. So both teams lead off with a base hit to the gap. Very similar hits between Ohtani and Springer, just opposite side hitters pulling the ball into opposite gaps. Let's see what the Blue Jays can do with this leadoff man on base. Nathan Lucas, who's had a really nice postseason at .288, but just 4 for 20 in the World Series. First pitch bounces in there for ball 1. Nice pick by Will Smith to keep that ball from getting away. Lucas is a good story, kind of a journeyman minor leaguer that got a chance to get playing time, and here he is in the biggest of games down the stretch and into October, basically batting second, the spot ahead of Guerrero. It's 31 years old he is. He's got a 1-1 count. Ohtani's next pitch swung on and missed. Fastball at 99. Not sure if the Dodgers plan on only using Ohtani for a limited amount of pitches. You know, if it was a full outing, I would expect Ohtani could throw 90, 100 pitches or so. But this is short rest, I believe, right? He pitched game 4. So 5, off day 6. Yeah, he's 1 day short of a normal rest. That's a ball that bounces in there for ball 2. Another nice stop by Smith. 2-2 the count on Lucas. Runner at first, nobody out. Bottom of the first, no score. The only orange wrappers were Reese's. So, yeah, folks, let me know. Did you have a Halloween candy when you were young that you despised? Like you saw some neighbor throw it in your bag and you just went, ugh. Here's a hard hit ball foul on the first base side. Still 2-2 on Lucas. For me, it was those Mary Janes. You remember? It was like little yellow and red rectangular little wrappers, and it was just really like hard, I guess caramel or something. I don't know, but they were terrible. And you just knew they were the cheapest candies money could buy. Here's a swing and a miss. Lucas strikes out for the first out here in the bottom of the first. Here comes Vlad Guerrero Jr. How about this guy? 9 multi-hit games in the postseason. 28 total hits, which ranks second all-time. 56 total bases, which ranks second all-time in the postseason. Obviously, if the Blue Jays win this World Series tonight, there's your MVP. Vlad takes a pitch low for ball 1. And aren't Toronto fans happy that they extended this guy? When this season started, I don't think it was during this season he got extended, right? Like early part of the year. There was still some doubt whether or not he'd remain a Blue Jay. And, yeah, here they are in the World Series with him carrying the team on his back. He's got a 2-0 count now. Breaking ball swung on and missed. 2-1 on Guerrero. Brock's coffee-flavored candy. Yeah, I mean, imagine giving that out to a kid. Hey, kid, do you like the taste of coffee? Here. That pitch low and away. 3-1 the count. Necco wafers. Oh, God, those were like chalk. People were handing out chalk as a candy. Yeah, Necco wafers were terrible. I totally forgot about those. Grounded foul by Guerrero. Another curveball from Ohtani. The count is full. 1 out, runner at first. Almond Joy, not a fan of coconut. You know, as a kid, I agree with you, Michael, but coconut, I think, is one of those things that tastes better as you get older for whatever reason. I like coconut now. Oh, God, those big, orange fake peanuts. Obviously, they're fake. They're orange, and here's a strike 3, Guerrero, and it's a strike him out, throw him out on a botched, I guess, hit and run with a full count. Oh, God. Hold on. For the love of God. All right. Quiet. Quiet, you. Yeah. Well, right. Well, yeah, with 1 out, they sent the runner. Guerrero struck out, and Springer was nailed without even trying to slide into second base. And the inning is over on a strike him out, throw him out double play. We go to the second inning, no score between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. All right. They had chocolate Necco wafers. I was never privileged enough to experience. I was surprised to see in the store still had popcorn balls. Oh, yes, circus peanuts. Yeah, like who? Why? What even is it? Is it it must be marshmallow, right? Because all I remember was that they were soft. So I'm assuming those were like marshmallows just with some orange food coloring and ugh. It was hitting, yeah, but wasn't it a full count, Phantom? That's why it was weird to me. I thought he had a 3-2 count. So if he thought he had ball 4, that's why he took it, right? Eat more candy bars were awful. I've never heard of that. Bam, is that a Canadian thing? Eat more. I mean, first of all, it sounds like the worst knockoff, lowest of the low kind of a candy. Eat more candy. Eat more candy bars. What did they have like knockoff versions of all the candies you like? Like they had Snickers, but they called it Sneckers. Don't you love it when knockoff brands would do that? My mom was really cheap. Like, she would buy groceries from the dollar store. And she hated buying, like, regular cereal. She was like, it's too expensive. So we would always get, like, these knockoff cereals. Like, instead of Captain Crunch, it would be, like, Sergeant Munch or something. Instead of Rice Krispies, it'd be Crispy Rice or, like, whatever they could come up with that wouldn't get them in legal trouble for being basically the same name. Also fired the bench. You mean Chirinos? Are you talking about Chirinos? Any coaches left? I mean, honestly, Mansolino is still technically here, right? They fired Chirinos. Yeah, I mean, Ashy is still here, and I don't think he'll stay. All right, first pitch here in the second inning is a little bit high from Scherzer to Max Muncy for ball 1. Huh. I mean, he was a first. Again, this still speaks to me that this is Mike Elias's fault. He put these inexperienced coaches in those positions last year. And then comes out with a proclamation. Remember the proclamation when we started off like 17-30 or whatever the hell it was? Of like, once Brandon Hyde got fired, like all the other coaches, nobody's going anywhere. Everybody's job is secure for the rest of the year. I've never heard a GM come out and make an announcement like that. Never. But apparently those same coaches that were just so darn good, there's nothing they can do to lose their gig mid-season, are the same ones that are now getting fired. Max Muncy, with a check swing, he went around and strikes out. All right.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
That's right, a little max on max action. One out here in the top of the second. Who is this home plate umpire tonight? He's got a very big job here. Jordan Baker is the plate umpire for Game 7. And first pitch to Teoscar Hernandez is a called strike. At first base, Adrian Johnson. Mark Wegner at second. John Timpani. Sorry if I'm blowing that name. He's at third. Down the left field line, it's Alan Porter. Here's a fly ball to right by Hernandez. It'll be caught over there by Barger for out number 2. In right field, it's Adam Hartman. No sign of John Bacon anywhere.
Oh boy, no. It's bacon!
That'll work. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to bench coaches, I don't necessarily think it's weird that Chirinos got let go because of all the... Oh, is that our newest? Thanks, Matt and Michael, for the quick... It was so quick I didn't even see what this guy had to say. Tommy Edmonds at the plate. First pitch to him is ball 1. Is that about pumpkin seeds? The practice of frying and salt. I mean, I've had those before, but never given out like as a Halloween treat. Anything that was like homemade, you know, by the time I was a kid, which was the 80s. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. All right. I'm going to have to just fly ball to right field. That ball's pretty deep onto the warning track, and making the catch is Barger to end the inning. All right, you know what, folks? No sound effects tonight because I'm just going to cut off the entire desktop audio at this point. I do not want to be interrupted. He needs to be corrected. Why can't I remember what track I'm looking for? Oh, I got to go here. Okay. All right, no more of that. And what were these messages? Oh, these were just spam. These were bots. You guys are quick on the bot. Thank you. Right. Well, you can tell the shine coming off my forehead. Still a little bit ill, folks. Still a little bit under the weather. What was I talking about? Oh, right. Regarding the bench coach. I mean, if there's any coach where, you know, it shouldn't be the front office choosing it for a manager. If a new manager is coming in, if there's one coach that needs to be his choice and not somebody else's, it's the bench coach. That's your right-hand dude. And, you know, Albanese has, you know, obviously made relationships over the past decade in his coaching time. At several different stops along the way. He's made friends. He knows the type of people he'd like to have around him. So, yeah, it makes sense to let go of Chirinos. From what I'm told, people really like Chirinos, but again, I don't know what happened last season when came to assembling the coaching staff, what Mike Elias was thinking. Between that, the free agent signings, and again, are we going to bring in some new strength and conditioning people, some new, health experts to try to get this team from not, putting 11 dudes on the DL at any given time? Because that kind of got annoying. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Bo Bichette's going to lead off the next inning. He'll be followed by Addison Barger and Alejandro Kirk. Bottom of the second inning, no score here. Game 7 of the World Series. We're at Rogers Center in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. First, folks, I'm turning color here. My face is starting to match my shirt. First pitch to Bichette is inside for ball 1. Does this look better? All right, now I look kind of blue. All right. Hey, blue. 1-0 to Bichette. Inside 2-0. Bichette hitting .316 in the World Series. He had been absent for much of the playoffs before this series with injury. But since coming back with the Blue Jays here in the World Series, doing well, hitting .316 in the Fall Classic. Got a 2-1 count. Ohtani's pitch is inside 3-1. Barger is on deck, and he's having a very good World Series. Barger hitting .476. 3-1, that's ball 4. Outside. And for the second straight inning, the Blue Jays have the leadoff man on base. All right, folks, time to pick up this guy. I will do it myself. There we go. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight messages. Oh, 10. Well, the view count is already up to nearly 800 or over 800. I guess a lot of people are finding my channel, but really not happy with what they see and are gone. But does sound like I'm doing okay in the algorithm, though, if 800 people have already clicked on here. Addison Barger is at the plate, and again, he's having a really good series, hitting .476. The count is 1-1. Runner at first, nobody out. Pitch is inside at 99 on the heater from Ohtani. 2 balls, 1 strike. Why don't we do a little interacting? How about that? Engage with your audience. Who do you want to win? There's a strike. 2-2 on Barger. What is going on with this? I can't type. Who do you want to win? Toronto or LA Dodgers? There you go. There is a strike 2 called. I might have gotten that completely wrong. Let me just walk that back. We've got a full count on Addison Barger. Runner at first, nobody out. Ohtani from the belt. And the payoff pitch is swung on. Line drive, base hit into right field. I say line drive. That ball actually kind of floated over the second baseman. Not hit as hard as it looked off the bat, but a successful swing nonetheless for Barger. It is a base hit to right. 2 men on, nobody out. Alejandro Kirk, a human fire hydrant, is up next. Overwhelmingly voting Toronto early in the poll, although I say that it could be like 5-2. Does that work out to 86%? I don't know. Here's Kirk, 286 with a couple of homers, 6 driven in the first 6 games of this series. He looks at a called strike, a curveball from Ohtani. 2 on with nobody out. Kirk is in a position to help the team in a variety of ways here. This is popped up, and he's not going to help. It is popped up and foul ground on the first base side. Freddie Freeman will make the catch. And that is not a good at-bat for Kirk. Runners stay put. 1 away. And Ohtani could get out of this inning unscathed. The odds for that have increased for him dramatically with that first out and the runners not advancing. It is the bottom part of the Blue Jay order here. It is a first pitch inside. No, they call that a strike? That's a strike. Looked inside to me. To Varsho to begin his at-bat. Yeah, that was definitely inside by a couple of inches. Next pitch, outside, 100 miles an hour. The count is 1-1. That pitch looked closer to the zone to me than the first pitch slider, but I guess that evens up the count. 1-1 on Varsho. 2 on, 1 out. Pitch. There's a slider on the back door for strike 2. Varsho, 4 hits and 21 at-bats with runners in scoring position in October. That pitch stays high. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Dalton Varsho. It'll be the 36th pitch from Ohtani. He's only recorded 4 outs in the ball game. That ball is hit pretty well. No, not that well. It's a routine fly ball, to be honest, to right field. Teoscar Hernandez is going to make the catch. Runners still can't advance. There's 2 down now. And yeah, I'm a little rusty. It was just the way that pitch got turned on and pulled. I thought that ball was hit harder than it was. There are 2 down. Here is... Who is it? Guess I should wait till I see a name. Ernie Clement. And he takes a half swing. It's a strike. Ernie Clement has a 12-game postseason hitting streak going on right now. Ties the franchise record. That ball's lined, base hit into right field, make it 13 straight. They're going to hold the runner at third with 2 down. Bichette puts on the brakes at third. And, boy, I mean, this ball was hit right to Springer. He got to it quickly, was ready to fire in. An accurate throw, the runner would have been out by a mile. But now you still need another hit or something. Bases loaded, 2 down. Trying to get that first run on the board are the Blue Jays. Help me out there, mods. Andres Jimenez is due up next. There's a mound meeting for the Dodgers. With runners on base, Jimenez hitting .290. Scoring position even better, 7 for 17 in the postseason. Couple of home runs. Not too bad for the guy hitting 9th in your order. Two down in the inning, bases loaded. This is a big moment in the ball game. Were Jimenez to get a hold of one or split the gap and drive in 3, that could be your ball game right there. Here comes the first pitch. That is low and in for ball 1. Nowhere to put him. And I think Jimenez knows that. He's going to be selective. 40th pitch from Ohtani coming in. That one's at the top of the zone. A sweeper for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on Jimenez. Bases loaded, 2 down in the bottom of the second in a scoreless game. Swing and a miss. On a heater, up and in. The count is 1-2. Hey there, Matt. Yeah, I did a couple of tests. But yeah, everything's all set up. Everything's ready to go. 1-2 pitch. Fouled back. We'll do it again. Now, is that top scoreboard functioning correctly? Oh, God. See, yeah, it looks like I've been spoiled. Because at the very top of the screen, it says end of 2, and there's a swing and a miss, and that's how we got there. Ohtani strikes out Jimenez with the bases loaded. And again, even though Springer fielded that last hit pretty quickly off the bat of Clement, I probably would have sent that runner home. I mean, it's just the odds of yet another guy reaching base in that spot were pretty low to me. And now you get nothing out of there. We go to the 3rd inning. No score. And I'm going to have a couple more bites of some food. Chill out. I'll be back. All right.
You turn the hand around and kick some dirt. And then if he's missed a strike, you get over here and you put dirt all over the thing. You throw the hat down, you pick it up, you throw it, and then you're so bad, you throw him out of the game. You're out of here. That's the way a major league manager should.
I learned something, buddy boy.
It'll be 5-1. Blue Jays lead. And fuck this. Fuck this.
What was that? It was bad. It had nothing. No fire, no energy, no nothing.
2-2.
So it's not the best option, but it just is what it is.
How do the guys quickly just forget this one?
By the way, that Mansolino soundbite, that's staying. That it is what it is. Mansolino soundbite is staying in the soundboard.
So it's not the best option, but it just is what it is.
How do the guys quickly just forget this one?
This being Baltimore and all.
Are there things that make you angry?
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah! Oh, my eyes! My eyes! Ah!
A positive Albarnez soundbite. What would that be? Oh, you mean like from a press conference, like him saying something that's actually like what a leader might say and maybe inspire us, put it in the soundboard? Yeah, I'm with you. All right, we are in the 3rd inning. Kike Hernandez looks at strike 1. And we're going to take it back over here. He's going to fly out. I just saw the stupid thing already happened. There is a pitch a little bit low, maybe a little bit outside. One of the two. Looked like it caught the corner to me. 1-1 the count on Kike. Look at Scherzer, man. He's still going. There's a curveball that's popped up. Center fielder Varsho calling off the left fielder Lucas to make the catch. 1 away. Yeah, folks, it looks like we've got our regulars here, so I'm probably just repeating myself to preaching to the choir, as they say, but very positive vibes coming from Albanaz as a personality, as a dude, just as a dude. You know, I like to think that I'm a pretty good judge of character. Now, whether or not that's going to translate to success, we'll see. I've known a lot of good dudes. That doesn't necessarily mean they can do a good job at something. But the characteristics you like to see that give you a signal as what to expect, they're there for me with this guy. Miguel Rojas is at the plate. He's already in the hole 0-2 with 1 out. Blue Jay fans on their feet, hoping for a strikeout from Scherzer. Pitch to Rojas is low and away. The count, a ball and 2 strikes. Bases empty, 1 away. We're in the top of the third, scoreless. Rojas is 0 for 5 in the World Series. Swing and a miss. He strikes out. 2 down. Strikeout for Max Scherzer.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear? Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
Oh, God.
That's Saturday.
Now I see. I see what it is. There are random college football highlights popping up on the ESPN page. Ohtani lifts a fly ball to left field and deep, back on it and making the catch and slamming his back into the wall is Lucas for out number 3. Ohtani flies out deep, but it stays in the yard and Scherzer pumps his glove. That's 3 shutout innings from the veteran. We go to the bottom of the third, still scoreless between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. How you doing, folks? Hey, just a friendly reminder, please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. And if you're watching and you're new to the channel, hi. Think about subscribing. It's free. This sub count that's up in this corner, I promise you it does move, but it only moves in the intervals of 10. So until we get to 3610, it's not going to move. In fact, guess what that sub count's been doing since the last time I called a ball game? Let me take a look at this, folks. You want to know what it's like to just maybe take a break because you're under the weather and you've got some responsibilities that you've left neglected for 7 months from calling ball games every day? Well, your reward for doing such a thing, BW, is this. Since you called the last game, you have negative 10 subscribers. Negative 10. Ouch. All I ask of people in the off season is to just stay subscribed. If you don't like my off-season content, turn off your notifications or something, but don't unsub, please. You know, it hurts. It hurts to see that little bar just start going. You feel helpless. But anyhow, enough about that. Whoa, pocket watch. with a super chat that popped up bright orange for me. Is it bright orange for you? Thank you, Pocket. Pocket just wants to say thanks, BW. You're welcome. But I feel like you deserve a thank you from me more than the other way around. Thank you for your support, Pocket Watch. Folks, hit the like on Pocket Watch's contribution. That is a very generous act from Pocket. How you been, Pocket? You been enjoying the series? Oh, we're looking at the top of the needle next to the... Yo, I get vertigo whenever they show me a shot like that. I don't like that. All right. Ohtani back out for the bottom of the third inning. First pitch. No, it's not. Are they getting like an extra 2 minutes between innings to warm up? Yeah, look, they're showing Schneider tapping his watch and saying, so they are just giving Ohtani extra time to warm up. Why? Why is he getting this preferential treatment? Schneider seems to be aware of the same thing. I want to know what's going on here. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a star player getting treated differently. Everybody got to play by the same rules. They've got an umpire talking, but I can't hear anything they're talking about. I don't know if they're talking about Ohtani's warm-up or what. But every inning, he's getting an opportunity to take an extra couple of minutes to warm up. I don't know. You're in Jordan-Hare Stadium right now. Nice. All right, here's the first pitch of the inning to Springer. He goes down to a knee as he swings and fouls it away for strike one. Springer led off the bottom of the first with a base hit. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. What do I have planned for 2026? Well, what I have planned is off-season content starting tomorrow night there, Pagan Jew. Here is a foul away by Springer. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Yes, folks, I will be starting up tomorrow night. The BW takes over the Orioles MLB The Show live gameplay series, where I will spend the off-season on a Sunday through Thursday night basis playing through a season of the show as the Orioles. I'm taking over the team. Here's a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. It'll get down in front of Barger for a leadoff single. Springer reaches with a leadoff base hit for the second time in 3 innings. That pitch on the outer half of the plate, he was still able to reach out and pull it. So, lots of leadoff men on here early in the ball game for both teams. Still no score. Bunt by Lucas. It is a ball to Ohtani. He gets it to first just in time as Freeman had to dig it out of the dirt on a bounce throw from Ohtani. It is a successful sacrifice. Springer up to second base. Guerrero due up next. They're saying it is the discretion of the ump if he is either on base or at bat when the inning ends, on if he gets extra time. That's BS. No. Ball gets away. That is a wild pitch. Springer will get to third, and now the Blue Jays have an opportunity to score the first run of the game without the benefit of a hit. And honestly, at this point, how do you not just walk Guerrero? You set yourself up a double play situation to get out of the inning, and you also Don't pitch to Guerrero, and there they go. They put him on base. So that's the right move. Ohtani's up to 50 pitches. Dodgers looking for a double play ball to get out of the inning. Blue Jays looking just to make contact and get it out of the infield, and they should take the lead. Bo Bichette at the plate. He walked his first time up. The corner infielders are playing a little bit closer in. The middle infielders looking for the double play ball, and Bichette gets into one to center. That ball's traveling. That ball is gone. It's an Earl Weaver special for Toronto. Bo Bichette cranks one out with authority, much like Poppy Dante used to do back in the day. Wow, that ball was absolutely crushed, and Bichette knew it as soon as he swung. A 3-run homer off of Ohtani, and in Game 7, the Blue Jays have taken a commanding 3-0 lead. That ball went 442 feet. No doubt about it. As they don the home run jacket onto Bichette, high fives throughout the dugout. That ball was crushed. Oh, I love that angle. What a great angle that is for a home run, where you see the crowd in the background reacting as Bichette starts to make his way to first. They need to use that angle more often. I've never seen that angle. I like it. 3-run homer. 3-0 Blue Jays, folks. Wow. And is Ohtani out of the game? Because we've gone to commercial. Did they pull Ohtani? Did not see a move, but clearly the inning isn't over. What happened? Did I miss something? Did they make a quick out? Yeah, and so there you go. Your extra warm-up for Ohtani resulted in that. What happened to... Okay, so Ohtani is getting pulled. It looks like it's Robleski. All right, let me take a look at this guy. Justin Robleski, a left-hander, is coming on to replace Ohtani, 25-year-old. In the last week, he's made a couple of appearances, went 3 innings, giving up 3 hits without giving up a run, struck out 5. Roblowski, left-hander, coming on in relief of Ohtani. Wow. Hey, Vonnie, how are you? Why so glum, Vonnie? Why so glum? Yeah, only one out left. Only one out right now in the inning. Wow. No, that's another rule that is specifically designed. This is what I'm saying. This is why it's unfair to have it both ways. Yeah, we created a rule that allows Ohtani to leave the game as a pitcher but remain in the game to hit, right? Fine. But you can't have that and go, oh, well, since he's hitting and pitching, we need to also allow him extra time to warm up. No. If a team has a two-way player and they're going to use him both ways in one game, you don't get to then give that person something that nobody else is given. No. That's the trade-off. You want a guy that can help you out hitting and pitching? Well, then you're going to have to deal with the same routine that everybody else has. Period. I don't like that at all. That is so Major League Baseball accommodating a superstar. And what are they going to do? They're going to say, well, the same rule would apply to any two-way player. There are no other two-way players. Not at the moment. And the one or two that are in the minors, they're not Ohtani. You know, like this is a rule for Ohtani and only Ohtani, and you know it. By the way, base hit. Sorry. my first rant of Game 7. We got a base hit here. The Blue Jays with a rude introduction for the new Dodger pitcher as Addison Barger reaches on a base hit. Here is Alejandro Kirk. He looks at a curveball, called a strike. That was borderline on the inside corner. Fly ball to right center. Caught on the run. And scampering back to first base is Barger, who was very close to second when that ball was caught. 2 down in the inning. 3 runs in already here for the Blue Jays. They lead it 3-0 on a 3-run homer by Bo Bichette. Tyler Glasnow is stirring around in the bullpen. Other thoughts of him being another Dodger arm to enter this game later? Check swing foul by Varsho. The count is a ball and a strike. Yeah, I mean, I get it. But again, no one person is bigger than the game. And no one person is bigger than any team. And when you do that, it's just bad for the game. I honestly feel like outside of like his rookie season with the Nationals and winning that World Series, Juan Soto just thinks it's his world and the rest of his teammates are just living in it. Here's a swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. Varsho strikes out to end the inning. But the Blue Jays, the big blow off of the bat of Bo Bichette. That's a lot of B's. So many B's, I got to hit this button. Where is it? Yeah, all right. Oh, yeah, your eyes. All right. Yeah. So yeah, just don't fiddle with that stuff. And again, didn't they make another weird, like the whole thing with the way Roki Sasaki wound up on the Dodgers as that international signing? Like, I need to figure out exactly how that works, because the way they had everybody thinking, or had me thinking anyway, was that any team who at least had the international money in their pool to potentially sign Sasaki had a crack at him, right? But it was also just this just this sort of agreed upon eventual conclusion that he would go to the Dodgers, right? The team that's already overloaded with talent, especially international talent. And he does. And that just feels, again, I don't like how the Dodgers, and this is why I don't root for the Dodgers. You know, I can't root for a team, even if it's in a matchup between two teams I don't like. I'm not going to pick the one that apparently is just almost being gifted an annual pennant. I'm sorry. Look, I don't take away from the Dodgers' overall success and the way they built the team. And if there are rules and they are playing by those rules, more power to them. I hear the argument a lot. Well, if other owners would spend as much as they did, then maybe your team would be there too. But we don't have special Ohtani rules. We don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. There just seems to be a whole lot of emphasis on the Dodgers, and I don't like it when the league props up a team like that. Like, just let the Dodgers do what they do. Do you honestly think Major League Baseball, you don't stand to make a killer profit off of baseball, whether the Dodgers get all the way to the World Series or not, I mean, I don't know. Let's talk about it later. Top of the fourth inning, Max Scherzer on the mound. Will Smith at the plate. First pitch, hit in the air. Left field and pretty deep. Going back onto the track, looking up. A leaping grab, but it's out of the glove of Varsho. Will Smith will get to second base on a double. Wow, Dalton Varsho, Gold Glove caliber center fielder. He timed his jump well, but the ball popped right out of the heel of the glove as he started to come down to earth. Will Smith gets to second base. Nearly an acrobatic catch from Varsho. Nobody out, runner at second for Freddie Freeman. He looks at a called strike on a changeup from Scherzer. That's right. Will Smith, the actor, at second base, and he just got slapped by shortstop Chris Rock. Get it? I guess that was payback. 3-0 Toronto, but the Dodgers have a runner at second, nobody out, looking to respond. The count is 1-1 on Freeman. Pitch. Swung on. Over the glove of second base into right field, a base hit. Stopping at third is Smith. And just like that, the Dodgers are bringing the tying run to the plate with nobody out. Blue Jays have picked up the bullpen phone. It might not be a long night for Scherzer. Oh, I say it was in Varsho's glove. It kind of wasn't really in it so much as hitting the tip and then kind of rolling off the heel. He just couldn't secure that ball. All right, it is Mookie Betts' turn. He has a check swing. The appeal to first says he didn't go. Betts has a 1-0 count. Grounded out in the first inning. He's had a quiet series, hitting just 148. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 1-1 the count. Quiet series for Mookie, but a big hit right here would erase that memory from Dodger fans. The 1-1 hit in the air. That is going to be an easy out. Betts slams his bat. Well, I say it's going to be easy. That ball wound up right in the Bermuda Triangle. But a long run in from the right fielder takes charge. Barger makes the catch for out number 1. And that was shallow enough to where the runner at third could not advance. So still first and third with 1 out now for L.A. Max Muncy struck out his first time. Scherzer, first pitch to him. A curveball swung on and missed. Maybe a foul tip. Sir Anthony Dominguez, who spent most of the season as an Oriole, is up in the Blue Jay bullpen. If Scherzer gets into trouble, they're going to Dominguez. First and third, 1 out, pitch low and in, evens up the count at 1-1. I wonder if we'll get another classic Schneider and Scherzer face-to-face on the mound like we did in the previous series where Scherzer basically told his manager to get the hell back to the dugout. 1-1 pitch is outside. It is 2 balls and a strike. We've got another bot in the chat, folks. Mods, if you don't mind, let's see how quick you can get rid of this guy. The mods are being tested right now. There you go. You don't have to go one at a time to delete the messages, George. Just when you right-click on their name, just hit remove user from channel, and that'll get rid of all the messages. You don't have to go one by one, okay? 3-1 the count on Muncy. First and third, one out. The pitch lined right behind the plate for a foul ball, strike 2. Scherzer is up to 40 pitches now. Thank you, George. Crowd making noise here. They want to strike out. A double play ball could also end this inning without any damage. The payoff pitch to Muncy. Here it is. That ball is swung on and foul tipped at the plate. Crowd overreacting, not seeing that ball trickle away for a foul. Oh, that ball popped out of the glove of Alejandro Kirk. He could not secure it, or that would have been strike 3. Another 3-2 to Muncy is coming, and now somebody is stepping away. I think Scherzer stepped off the rubber. Back on it now, and we are ready for this 3-2 pitch. Here it is. That is inside. Ball 4. Good job by Muncy to take that pitch. It was borderline on the way in, and then it kind of moved a little bit farther in to make it a certain ball 4. Now we got ourselves a big moment. This could be Scherzer's final batter of the game if he doesn't get a good result for Toronto here. It is bases loaded, one out for Teoscar Hernandez, and the first pitch to him is inside. Teo has not done well in this venue. 0 for 12 at the Rogers Center. 8 of those 12 non-hits have been strikeouts. This ball's lifted to center. That ball is a diving catch by Varsho. He pops up and throws it back into the infield. And Will Smith will tag and score on the play, but what a catch by Varsho. Oh my. That's the second out of the inning. The Dodgers get on the board. It's now 3-1, but Varsho, by the time this inning ends, you'll be looking back going, if I went for this catch, the Blue Jays might have coughed up the lead or more. Great diving catch by Varsho. 2 down in the inning. First and second for L.A. Last year's Gold Glove Award winner Varsho looking like he might get another one this year. And we've got another bot. There is a pitch a little bit inside to Tommy Edman for ball 1. Edman flew out back in the second inning. They're out in full force tonight, folks. Hey, we're up to over 1,000 views. That's nice. 1-0 pitch is outside. 1-1 on Edman. A run in here for the Dodgers. They respond after Toronto put a 3-spot up. After Toronto put a 3-spot up in the bottom of the third, LA has one here in the top of the fourth. A chance for more. 2-0 pitch. Line diving catch by Guerrero. First base line. He dove into foul ground and caught that ball. Wow. What a play by Guerrero, and what defense by the Blue Jays in this inning. Oh, that was fantastic. The big man laying out. What a catch. Inning over. You got to give Vladdy MVP if Toronto wins this thing. I mean, it's a slam dunk. This guy's doing it all. We go to the bottom of the fourth. It's now Toronto 3 and the Dodgers 1. All right, folks. We've gotten this far, and I haven't had a lucky yet all morning, so you know what that means. You know what that means. I'll be right back. Mm-hmm. Gonna give me some French fried potatoes. Mm-hmm. You ought not talk like that. You're just a boy. Mm-hmm. Thinking about buying me some potted meat. You may think about bringing an ambulance or a hearse. Oh, yeah, BW is definitely still under the weather. Holy cow. Oh, that's right. It's Saturday night back in the States, and it's daylight savings. So, the 11-hour time difference between you and me starting tomorrow will be a 12-hour time difference until spring, which, honestly, I prefer. It's much easier to keep track of what time it is back in America when me and the East Coast are exactly 12 hours different, because all you do is just flip the AM to PM or vice versa, and you know where you stand. Here's a first pitch ground ball to shortstop by Clement. Double clutch by Betts, but he gets it to first in time anyway, one down. One away. We are in the bottom of the fourth now? Are we? Yes, one down. Yeah, let me see if I can update this scoreboard here. This pitch is up and in on Jimenez for ball one. Andres Jimenez is at the plate. Robleski's next pitch is a strike. 1-1 on Jimenez. One out, nobody on in the bottom of the fourth. That ball low, but Jimenez went after it and fouled it off. 2 strikes on the batter. And we can already see that there's going to be a ball 2 coming up. I don't like these spoilers, man. Man. The 1-2 is up and in. Couple of brushes up near the shoulder of Jimenez in this at bat. Well, that was weird. Jimenez took his hand off the bat as that ball came in, almost as if to try and catch that pitch to hit his hand. If the umpire would have seen that, he would have had to have called him out. Now, that is a hit batter. And now Jimenez is complaining. Bro, what are you complaining about? I got to be honest. Jimenez is absolutely in the wrong here. I know he had a couple of brushes, but, dude, nobody is trying to hit you, dude. Nobody is trying to hit you in this spot. And the fact is, the previous pitch, he took his hand off the bat and tried to kind of stick it out there to see if he could get a hit by pitch. So now he gets what he wants and then wants to make a fight about it. So both teams have to empty the benches and pretend to stick up for whoever. And this is all due to Jimenez's reaction. Again, that previous pitch, he took his hand off the bat, seemingly trying to catch it. Seemingly trying to get a hit. And again, if the ump catches that, they're going to call you out. And then on the next pitch, it hits him on the hand like he wanted, and now he's complaining. It's like you can't have it both ways, man. And it looks like the pitcher, Robleski, is saying the same thing. It's like, dude, you can't have it both ways. What are you complaining about? There's still people out on the field right now, but there hasn't been any kind of real fighting going on. But, I mean, Jimenez, this is all you're doing, dude. There's 50 people milling about on the field because of your reaction. Honestly, nobody's trying. And by the way, why would anybody want to hit the number 9 batter in Game 7 to bring the tying run to the plate in the top of the order? Nobody. Just think about it, Jimenez. I got nothing good to say about Jimenez with this whole situation. I mean, folks, let me know if I'm calling it in a way you disagree with. I mean, did you not see him take his hand off the bat in the previous pitch and kind of just stick it out there, hoping it would graze it and get awarded first base? You can't do that. You have to make an effort to get out of the way, not make an effort to get hit. And on the next pitch, it hits him in the hand, and he's got a problem with it. It's like, dude, that's exactly where you wanted it. And again, just situationally, why would anyone intentionally hit you in this spot? It makes 0 sense. Oh, that's annoying. I'm glad I'm not watching one of my boys react like that in that spot because it just, again, it's senseless. Robleski is getting an opportunity to get some warm-up pitches after the delay. That's just poor sportsmanship. It's kind of bush league, to be honest, man. On Jimenez. All right, 1 out. He's at first base. Springer at the plate. He's already got 2 hits and 2 trips, and the first pitch is low and in for ball 1. Blue Jays have the tying run at the plate. Of course, Toronto fans aren't going to blame Jimenez for anything. There's a line drive right back to Robleski. It's off his legs. It caroms back to the catcher, but he doesn't have a play. It's going to be an infield hit. And Blue Jay fans are getting rowdy here, folks. First and second with 1 out. On a comebacker off the legs of Robleski. He's thrown 17 pitches since coming on. And who is this guy? Is this the pitching coach? This guy looks like he just wandered in out of the stands. With his shaved head and man bun and sweatshirt. Oh, it's the trainer? Okay. Like this guy does not look like he should be a part of such an event like this. This guy looks like my ex-roommate coming home, loading up bong hits and listening to Fish records. This guy needs that toy with the 2 sticks where you got the other stick and you're just flipping them around and whatnot. Maybe a little hacky sack. Anyway, Robleski appears to be okay after taking that comebacker off the legs. Nathan Lucas is due up next. 0 for 1, he sacrificed last time up. There's a shot of Glasnow, now up. They keep looking to him about every 5 minutes. And folks, if you look at Glasnow, if you take away the big curly hair, I see, here's a tapper foul by Lucas on the first pitch, 0-1. 1 out, first and second for the Dodgers. Excuse me, for the Blue Jays. 50-50 shot, BW. But yeah, does anybody see, who's the actor that played Oppenheimer? He was in 28 Days, what's his name? God, what's his name? Cillian Murphy? I see a lot of Cillian Murphy's face and Tyler Glasnow's face. You tell me if I'm right or wrong next time they cut to him. 0-1 on Lucas. Here comes the next pitch. That's a breaking ball. Hits the top of the zone. A slider for strike 2. Dragon Noise. Is that anything like Dragon Sound, which is my favorite band from the movie Miami Connection? Love that band. How you doing, Dragon Noise? Super chat. That pitch is high. 1-2 the count on Lucas. Dragon Noise says he expects to get hit, but then acts like a baby when he gets hit. I don't understand the mentality on that. Yeah. Especially, here's a swing and a miss. That's a strikeout. Lucas is down 2 away. It's especially, Dragon Noise, just bad optics when it's back-to-back pitches that you're doing that. Like if one had happened in the first at bat and then the other thing happened like in the third at bat or whatever, but the fact that it happened back-to-back pitches, it's utter hypocrisy. It's utter hypocrisy from Jimenez. I guess we've got a pitching change. Guerrero is coming up to hit next, and they just cut to commercial. So we got a break in the action. Hey, folks, do me a favor. Hit the like button on Dragon Noise's Super Chat. We like to let everybody who helps out the channel know that we appreciate it, don't we, folks? Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, and think about subscribing if you haven't already. This channel is normally dedicated to live coverage of Orioles baseball when the Orioles are on. Orioles have not been on now for over a month. I guess that's the one good thing about postseason. When your team isn't in it and you're waiting for the next year, it does kill that first month of the offseason. We're already into November. Then you got the holidays, It'll be here before you know it, folks. February will be here before you know it. Pitchers and catchers are going to be reporting. The Orioles have so much more to do between now and then. And, folks, the content I've got planned, again, I'm going to be playing a video game. Visually, that's your entertainment. But audibly, it's going to be a whole lot more. We're going to talk Orioles baseball. We're going to check in daily with what we're doing or what we're not doing, what we need to do, and we're going to talk about it. All right? So it's a bit of a mix between having fun playing this game and, keeping it like a regular talk show, podcast, sports talk, whatever. Oriole stuff. I got a feeling there'll be at least half an hour worth of stuff to talk about on a daily basis right there. Hey, K-Tron, how you been, man? Long time no see. Buddy, it's Game 7 of the World Series, man. Casey's here. Hey, Casey, how you been? Nice to see you. Casey, if you've got a separate account, could you subscribe, please? I've had negative 10 subscribers since my last stream because I've been sick Vlad Guerrero Jr. is up to hit with a new pitcher on. It's Glasnow. And first pitch is a sinker upstairs for ball one. Guerrero. Glasnow pretty much has to pitch to him in this spot. There's no open base except third, and you don't want to push those two runners on up and load the bases. That's a called strike on the next pitch. 1-1 the count on Guerrero. Folks, say hi to Katron and Casey. John and Casey together. That's awesome. That's a first. Check swing on a 1-1 pitch, and the appeal says he did not go. 2 balls and 1 strike on Guerrero. He's 0 for 1. He's been intentionally walked. And does anyone else see Killian Murphy's face in Tyler Glasnow's face? Is it just me? Here's a curveball way outside. 3-1 on Guerrero. That was not close. Uh-oh. I know what that means. Three balls, 1 strike. Hitters count for the hottest hitter in baseball, Guerrero. Pitch. That one's hit into center field, but right at him. Edman will make the catch, and the inning is over. Toronto threatened, and they had their best hitter at the plate to drive in a pair. But they are stranded. We go to the 5th inning. The Blue Jays still lead it 3-1. Shake, 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 senora. Shake your body line. Shake, 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 senora. Shake it all the time. Okay, I believe you. That actually played. Right. I've got a little bit more breakfast here. It's like 2 hours old now. But I'm going to wolf it down. So no need for you to witness that. I eat food the same way Jeff Goldblum does in The Fly. You don't want to see this. You know what I mean? So just hang out and I'll be right back. Great. Thanks.
He met a strange friend in the Chesapeake Bay when Monday...
How about this? Peace, love, dope. Now get the hell out of here.
We're on a mission from God.
I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky.
This is Jack Burton in the Pork Chop Express, and I'm talking to whoever's listening out there.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Ante up and kick in like men. Like men! Hey, everybody, we're all gonna get laid.
That's right! We can't have anyone freak out there, okay? We've got to keep our composure. We've come too far. There's too much to lose. We've got to keep our composure.
All right. Max Scherzer still on the mound, trying to get through 5 innings and qualify for a win in what is likely the final start of his very decorated Major League career. There's a swing and a miss on a breaking ball. He's ahead of Kike Hernandez, 0-2. Blue Jays do have double barrel action in their bullpen right now, a righty and a lefty, if Scherzer gets into any kind of trouble. 0-2 pitch, low and away to Hernandez. Kike is 0-1. Folks, sorry I don't have the balls and strikes pitch by pitch animation up. It's a little too far ahead by a pitch or two, and regular season game, that's something we can tolerate, but we're talking about Game 7 of the World Series here, folks. Hopefully, if you're watching along and you're a little bit ahead, you can maybe pause your game and get synced up with me. Here is a check swing. They appeal. He went around. Kike Hernandez strikes out.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I got to be honest, that bird's eye view of home plate on the swing did not look like a swing to me. I think that's a check. Kike, very unhappy. I think he checked his swing. Here is a first pitch strike on a front door slider to Miguel Rojas. He's 0-1, struck out his first time up. Kike still fuming in the dugout. There's a line drive, base hit in the left field. That ball hit very hard, and a wide turn at first, but holding there with a one-out single, the veteran Miguel Rojas. That's his first hit of the World Series. He was 0-6 before that. And that's the last guy you want to get on base, because it goes from the light-hitting Rojas straight to the top of the order for Shohei Ohtani, who represents the tying run. Schneider is coming out right now, and it looks like they want the lefty Mason Fluharty to pitch to Ohtani. I'd hate to see Scherzer pulled at this point, but here he comes. Scherzer is departing the ball game and perhaps has just thrown his final pitch in the bigs. Tip your cap, Max. Big ovation for Scherzer as he departs. Here with, one out in the fifth? 1 out in the fifth. Tying run and Ohtani coming up to hit. I will be right back.
Big buck, stop it all.
Let me have a Diablo sandwich, a Dr. Pepper, make it fast. I'm in a goddamn hurry.
A sandwich. Somebody talking about a sandwich? I'm in the mood for a sandwich. Man, oh man. I am spoiled out here when it comes to food. There's good food out here. Right. Where are we at? What are we doing? Whoops. How about that? How about if I just call this game in complete darkness? Folks, the electricity is gone out at the Rogers Center. Everybody is in pitch black darkness. About 48,000 people freaking out right now. Oh, wait. Okay. Lights are back on. Oh, it's Varland into the game. The right-hander. Okay. Well, they fooled me. I figured they're going to the lefty to face Ohtani. They bring in the right-hander, Louis Varland. 14 appearances in the postseason, 15 in the third innings. First pitch to Ohtani is a strike. Hey, the sub count is up to 3610. Let's keep on going. Thanks to the new subscribers. Here is the 0-1 to Ohtani. Swing and a miss. A knuckle curve from Varland that broke down and in. Ohtani asks for time after falling behind 0-2. Runner at first, one away. We are in the top of the fifth. Both starters out of the game now. In Game 7 of the World Series. I say both starters are out of the game. One of them is hitting right now. But you know what I mean. Ground ball, and that is a base hit through the hole on the right side. Wasn't a whole lot of room for a ball to get through over there. But Ohtani found a lane. A single to put runners at first and second. Guerrero was holding the runner on at first. And had he been off the bag another foot or so, probably would make that an easy ball to field, maybe even a double play ball. Instead, 2 on, 1 out. Here is Will Smith. He looks at a knuckle curve for a called strike from Varland. Smith 1 for 2. Has the third most postseason RBI by a catcher in MLB history. How about that? That curveball is outside. The count 1-1. Well, here's a little story all about how this catcher got turned upside down. I want y'all to take 1 minute, wait right there. I'm going to tell you how he became the hitter in Bel Air. There's a fly ball to center by Smith, caught by Varsho. He will get it back in quickly, and the runners will hold at first and second, now with 2 down. Max Scherzer pacing around in the dugout. You know he wants to still be in this game. He's saying to himself, I could have gotten that out. I could have gotten that out. All right, Freddie Freeman, who has always stepped up in moments like this in the postseason. Could he do it again? One swing could turn this game upside down. That is a foul ball by Freeman. The count 0-1. Tying runs are on. Freeman representing the go-ahead run. He's facing a right-hander. Matchup probably good for Freeman. Not sure if these two have much history against each other. The 0-1 pitch to Freeman is in the dirt. Oh, God. Sorry. Dag nabbit. Ghost in the machine, folks. Ghosts in the machine. The 1-1 pitch. That ball's lifted into center field, but right to Varsho. He's waiting. He's got it, and the inning is over. Varland gets Freeman in the final out. Max Scherzer started the inning, got the first out, and very happy to see this game still a lead for the Blue Jays at 3-1. We are now going to the bottom of the fifth. Folks, this game is half over. Game 7 of the World Series. Blue Jays lead at 3-1. How you doing, Mac? How's everybody doing? Folks, the room's been growing little by little during the ball game. It's nice to see. I have to admit, I was pretty worried about the turnout after being away for so long. I put out a post that I was going to call this game on the community post, and it got a big old nothing. I think like 4 or 5 likes. maybe one comment. I'm like, boy, is anybody going to... Plus, being fully aware that there's dozens and dozens of other channels like mine calling this same game. But for those that are here watching along with me, let me just say a big old hearty thank you. In fact, let me do it in the Rex Barney way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for us. All right. I got to attend to this little thing here. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. I tell you this, it's a good thing I didn't try to come back early and wind up having called that 18-inning game. That would have wrecked me, for sure. That would have been the end. Oh, I have to refresh the game. Hold on. All right, we are in the bottom of the fifth. Here we go. It is Glasnow on the mound, and the first pitch to Bichette, who had the big blow of the night, the 3-run homer, accounting for all the Blue Jay runs. He's at the plate. He's also walked. It's 1-0 on Bichette. Next pitch from Glasnow. Curveball, line, caught by the third baseman, Muncy, right on the third base line. Hit hard by Bichette. Hit toward an area of the field where many an extra base hit wind up, but Muncy able to stab it out of the air before it got down the third base line. All right, or I guess I should say the left field line by the time it got past him. Here we go. First out, and now it's Barger at the plate. He takes a curveball low. Hi, everybody. Did I just see it say that he has 6 multi-hit games in the series, which is a record? That's insane. Every game he's had at least 2 hits. Chris Bassett, veteran right-hander, is up in the Toronto pen. Here's a curveball that stays high. 2-1 on Barger. Hey, Froggy's here? I just noticed. Sorry. Hey, how you doing, Card? Two and one the count. Pitch. Fouled straight back. 2-2. Is anybody here rooting for the Dodgers? It doesn't seem like it. Don't be shy if you are. I'm not going to dunk on you or anything, but it does seem like it's mostly Blue Jay rooting going on here. 2-2 pitch. Line foul. That pitch was in on the hands of Barger. He somehow got to it, turned on it, and he might have chipped a little bit of his bat because he's walking toward the dugout like he needs a new piece of lumber. A little bit of a delay here. Normally a bat boy comes out with a fresh bat, but I guess Barger wanted to pick it out himself. What about the voice of Geddy Lee? How did it get so high? I wonder if he speaks like an ordinary guy. I know him, and he does. Then you're my fact-checking cuz. If you know the band I'm referencing, you're cooler than you know. Here's a swing and a miss, a curveball in the dirt. Barger strikes out, 2 away. The band I'm referencing is having a bit of a comeback lately. The definitive 90s slacker indie rock band. Probably encapsulates my personality more than any other band from my generation. Pavement, folks. Pavement. Look him up. Alejandro Kirk is 0 for 2. He takes strike 1. Base is empty, 2 down. Glasnow fires and that ball's fouled away. A sinker at 98. 0-2 on Kirk. The 0-2 pitch. Curveball. That one is going to be served over the second baseman and into shallow center for a 2-out single. Nice little piece of hitting there by Kirk. Look at that gut. How? God, man, you make John Kruk look like Usain Bolt with that body of yours. God, you make me feel like I could have been a big leaguer. Hey, we've got a super chat rolling in. First Last. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with you, buddy. How you doing? Here's a pitch swung on a miss to Dalton Varsho. He's 0 for 2 and the count 0-1. 2 down, runner at first. First Last. Says, see you next year. Thanks for the great calls. Well, you've been quiet, so you've been tuning in all year? You're one of the quiet ones. Well, thank you for your support, First Last. You're more than welcome to be on the quiet side. But I do encourage the quiet folks. They don't have to send super chats, but do check in. Check in from time to time. Be like, hey, BW, here enjoying the ball game. Here's a ground ball to second. Easy play here, and that'll end the inning. Ground ball out. Glasnow gets through the inning without giving up a run. There's one left. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Toronto still leads it 3-1. Limp? What's that about? Are you accusing me of something? What about limp? I've been to the doctor. I'm fine. What? Oh. Right. So buttons. Oh, did it go back down? It did. Folks, I pointed out how the subscribe count got to 3610, and then look what happened. It went back down again. Folks, I'm pretty sure that a YouTube channel can't really succeed if subscriber count just sort of goes one sub up, one sub down, one sub up, one sub down. Yeah, again, I told myself, hey, don't expect much tonight. You guys have been totally cool with the super chats tonight, though. Really do appreciate it. Why did you retract your message there, First Last? I've never seen that. A retracted super chat. Was that not meant for me? Do you want a refund? What happened? Now I feel bad. Folks, the NFL. How's that working out for you this year? How about the NBA? Anybody enjoying all the rigged games? Hockey's back. How are the Caps looking this year? Back when I was like in middle school, early high school, I was really into the Capitals. Really into the Caps. Fun fact. My dad had a house in a neighborhood that was like 1 block away from Rod Langway's house, who was the captain of the team during those years. And his son wound up going to my school, my grade school. I was like in 7th grade when he came into like 1st grade. Rod Langway. Dino Cicerelli, still my favorite like sports name ever. I told myself when I was a kid, if I'm going to have a son, I'm going to name him Dino, because I just think Dino is just a really solid name. We are underway. Chris Bassett has come in to relieve. Who was that out there previously? I have to check. Can't remember the name. Varland. Varland is out of the game. Bassett is in. Mookie Betts at the plate. The 1-0 pitch to him is a strike. It's 1-1. Caps have lost their last 4, but we're killing it before that. Yeah, Dale Hunter, our resident goon. Yes, sir. Dale Hunter. Always a league leader in penalty minutes. He had Mike Ridley on those teams. He was a good winger. I think Dom Beaupre was probably the main goalie during those years, though we had a couple of guys. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Betts. That's low and away from Bassett. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kalle Johansson was another good player for the Caps in those days. And it's because of Kalle Johansson that whenever Scarlett Johansson showed up, I have always called her Scarlett Johansson, because that is how that name is pronounced. It just is. Fun fact. Here is a payoff pitch to Betts. That is low and away. That is ball 4. It's a leadoff walk from Bassett to Betts. Betts is on. The Dodgers have had their share of base runners. And not just a guy with a 2-out hit like leadoff men getting on, but just the 1 run. Here's a foul ball by Muncy. 0-1 on him. He's 0 for 1. He is also walked and, he's also walked. 0 for 1 with a walk. Runner at first, nobody out. The 0-1 pitch. That's drilled. That is over the second baseman into right field. A line drive single. Muncy is on. Betts stops at second. There are 2 on and nobody out for the Dodgers. The tying runs are on. They need to do something in this inning, you would think. Because if they don't cash in on an opportunity like this, you have to think it's going to be a huge hit to their confidence with these late innings approaching. Sir Anthony Dominguez is back up now for the Blue Jays. Alejandro Kirk is out to have a chat with Bassett to try to slow things down here for a sec. Teoscar Hernandez is the man due up to hit next. It'll be Tommy Edman, Kike Hernandez, and Miguel Rojas due up after that. But at this stage of the game, we might be seeing a pinch hitter or 2. Oh, I wouldn't leave out Bondra. I wouldn't leave him out. Give me time. Give me time. First pitch is in there for a strike to Teo. Who, by the way, folks, if you're going to be checking out my new gameplay series starting tomorrow night, I'll go ahead and reveal the major off-season move. The Orioles executed a trade to fill in the need to get a right-handed bat who can play the outfield. The Orioles made a trade to get Teoscar Hernandez, BW. Pulling off a trade? Can't wait to see what he does for us. 1-1 pitch. Oh, that had the top of the zone, a sinker. I think the ump gave up on that call a little early. He saw it rising, but he didn't see it come back down, and that is a missed strike call. It is now 2-1 on Teoscar. Pitch. Fouled away, 2-2. Nobody out. Tying runs on at first and second for the Dodgers. 2-2 on Teoscar Hernandez. Are you talking about Olaf Kolzig? Help me out, George. Beaupre was before Kozig, right? I feel like Don Beaupre was like 89, 90-ish. 2-2 pitch. That ball is back to the pitcher. He goes to second for one. There will not be a relay throw. It'll be a fielder's choice. The Blue Jays get the middle runner out at second. First and third with one away for the Dodgers. All right, so yeah, I went from Beaupre to Kozig. There was somebody else in there between the pipes. I can't remember. My memory is fading, folks. Here's Tommy Edman. He has got to come through with something here for the Dodgers. Blue Jays with a chance to get out of it with a double play ball. But even if the Dodgers get that runner in from third, if that's all they get, Toronto will still hold a lead. It's a 1-0 pitch coming to Edman, and that is line foul. Left side, 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, Rivnak. Rivnak. That sounds familiar. One pitch. That's popped up. Shallow, well, not medium depth. Now coming in as Varsho. He was gearing up for a throw. It comes in. It is cut off in the middle of the diamond. Mookie Betts will score on a sacrifice fly to center field. The score is now 3-2. Edman with the RBI. There's 2 down with a runner at first base. And folks, we talked about it before first pitch. Game 7s of World Series have historically been very close. More than half of the previous 40 games like this, more than half have ended with the winning team winning by 2 runs or less. So 2 or 1 run wins. And we got a 1-run ball game right now. Kike Hernandez takes strike 1 from Bassett. He is 0 for 2. That is a called strike at the bottom of the zone. 0-2 on Hernandez. Again, folks, if you're just tuning in and we're hoping to see an animated board that shows pitch by pitch, unfortunately, that animation is spoiling things. It's a little too fast. Here's a ground ball through the hole on the right side, a base hit, and this inning is not over as Hernandez will reach Teoscar. Well, 2 Hernandezes now on base. Teo at second, Kike at first. Trey Yesavage, the phenom in the making, in this postseason, the right-hander. He has joined Sir Anthony Dominguez in the Toronto bullpen. As you would expect in a World Series Game 7, just about every arm is available if need be. Miguel Rojas is looking for a big 2-out hit. And he looks at a first pitch strike from Bassett. First and second, 2 down. Blue Jays 3, Dodgers 2, top of the 6th. Bassett takes a look at the runner at second. Here's a curveball that started high and stayed high. 1-1 the count. I don't think there are too many people sitting down in this sold-out venue right now. Here comes the 1-1. Curveball swung on and missed. That was what Bassett tried to do with his previous pitch. This one effective. Falling off the table and inducing a swing. It is 1-2 on Rojas, 2 down. The pitch. Another breaking ball, that one inside. I don't think Bassett's going to go to another curveball here. Shohei Ohtani is on deck, so for the Blue Jays, this is a must-out, and you don't want to get to a 3-ball count. Let's see if Bassett's got a put-away pitch. That is a sweeper that is fouled off to the right. Still, 2-2. Folks, couple of teams that I don't care about, but damn if I don't feel the drama right now. First and second. The tying run at second, the go-ahead run at first. 2 down, the 2-2 pitch. Upstairs. Full count, and that means these runners are going to be off with a head start. That is a big little something extra if Rojas can find a base hit. Here comes the payoff pitch. That is a grounder, a tapper up the first base line. The pitcher will take it and tag Rojas coming up the line to end the inning. The Blue Jays hold. They do give up a run. The Dodgers get to within 1. But Toronto, for now, still has a lead here in Game 7. And they will try to respond. They're coming up to hit bottom of the 6th. Coming up, Toronto 3. Dodgers 2. Whew. Folks, it's getting hot in here. Hey, we're at 3,609 subscribers. What can we do, Charm City Chat? What do you say we take a break right now and maybe put a little message in the chat for those who are watching right now that may not be subscribed? Because you know what, folks? I know where my lane is. It's calling the games and entertaining. It is not being a salesman. I would love to convince at least one person who isn't subscribed right now to go ahead and do it. It's free, and there's no obligation. And that'll make that number jump to 3610. So perhaps someone in the chat, perhaps many of you in the chat, could help me by encouraging non-subscribers to come in and, test out the water. It's warm. Come on in. Nobody's peed in the pool all night. But it's warm anyway. I don't know. See? This is why I'm a bad salesman. This is why I need you guys. Michael's the only person to say something. Apparently nobody else wants to see the channel grow. Okay, got it. Well, in that case, let me allow myself a break. All right, be back. Okay, Glasnow is still on the mound. We're in the bottom of the sixth. Ernie Clement leading it off. First pitch to him is ball one. Next pitch swung on a miss, a slider. We are in the bottom of the sixth. Toronto with a slim 3-2 lead. They took a... Let me just make sure about this. Glasnow's pitched low and away. They took a 3-0 lead on a 3-run homer by Bo Bichette in the bottom of the third inning. Since then, individual runs by the Dodgers in the fourth and sixth innings to crawl back to within a run. Ohtani started the game on the mound. It did not last long. He only went 2 1/3. Still in the game, obviously, with his bat. And Max Scherzer went 4 1/3 innings before he was removed. Here's a line drive base hit in the left by Clement. And his hot hitting continues. That's his second hit of the night. And another leadoff man on base. Another leadoff man on base. Blue Jays looking to respond after the Dodgers got back to within 1 run. I need a lucky. All right. Clement has now tied a postseason record for most hits ever with 29. You have to go back to the COVID 2020 postseason for Randy Arozarena. Clement should have, well, it's not necessarily guaranteed, but there's a very good chance Clement will get one more chance to hit and get that record all to himself. Right now it's Andres Jimenez up with 1 on and nobody out. He turns to bunt and does not make contact. Apparently got the bat back in time for ball 2. So Jimenez trying to sacrifice himself or maybe looking to get a hit. Muncy is coming in from third base. Another bunt shown, but again, Glasnow does not hit the zone. And the count is 3-0. George Springer, who is 3 for 3 already tonight, is on deck. Pitch. Even on 3-0, Jimenez shows bunt. Doesn't look like he was ever going to offer at it. Wanted to see if he'd get ball 4. Instead, it's strike 1. 3-1 on Jimenez. Runner at first. Nobody out. Top of the order due up next. And Jimenez taking all the way there. And I cannot agree with that strategy. Meanwhile, what does help Toronto is that the base runner took off and will steal second without a throw. Clement steals second standing without so much as a throw. Here comes the payoff pitch. That ball's hit into right field. That ball is going to get down. It's going to bounce up against the wall. Clement throws his helmet off as he rounds third, and he will come in to score. The Blue Jays get that run right back. It is 4-2 on an RBI double. Wow. Where's my cha-ching button? The bottom of the order getting it done for the Blue Jays. They get that run they gave up in the top half of the inning right back, and there's nobody out. And Glasnow is going to have a conversation with the pitching coach, Mark Pryor. Jimenez now 8 for 19 in the postseason with runners in scoring position. Springer again, already a 3 for 3 night. It was a quick chat with Glasnow. He is going to go after Springer. I don't know who the Dodgers, if anybody, has up in their bullpen. But you would think there should be some stirring after that last hit. Here's a swing and a miss. 0-1 on Springer. Toronto fans are buzzing right now. Here's the 0-1, up and in. And Springer has to turn and go down out of the way of that pitch. Doesn't overreact the way his teammate Jimenez did earlier in the game. One. Nope. Glasnow will turn and look Jimenez back to the bag at second. Probably a good move to give a look back there. Nobody out in the inning. You want that runner to not advance. Pitch. That's a strike. 1-2 on Springer. His Savage is still throwing in the Toronto pen. Am I pronouncing his name right, by the way? Swing and a miss on a 1-2 pitch. Late swing there by Springer, and he strikes out. All right. So here's what the Dodgers need to do. Nathan Lucas up to hit next with one away. They need to get him out, put Guerrero on with the open base, and then try to get Bichette, even though he's had the biggest swing of the night. As hot as Bichette's been, the tough either way, unless there's a weird double play that Lucas hits into here, Vladdy's going to come up. That ball's hit into center field. Backing up is Edman. He makes the catch. Tagging and making it up to third without a play is Jimenez with 2 down. Lucas flies out to center. Guerrero due up next. Open bases at first and second. How about this? How about you walk both these guys and bring in a lefty to face Barger? I would honestly consider that. I mean, with the way Bo's going, with the way Vlad's going, I don't know. Big moment, folks. Will Glasnow give Guerrero anything close to the plate? First pitch is off the outside by about 5 inches for ball 1. And, of course, you can't just assume that if a pitch is borderline that Guerrero is going to take. He will go after a pitch. That pitch right down the middle, and he gets a ground ball from Guerrero. It's to third base. Muncy will throw him out. And that'll end the inning. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I spaced out. We're going to the 7th inning, folks. The Blue Jays got that run the Dodgers put up right back. Late innings now. It is 4-2 Toronto here in Game 7. Jolly, been a while, bro. How you doing, Jolly? Let me guess what kind of mood you're in. Are you jolly? Are you feeling jolly? Fantastic. By the way, update. We never did coax a single subscriber. Should we try it again during this commercial break? Folks, the view count tonight has been outstanding. The average view time is an all-time low. So, in other words, a lot of people are clicking onto my channel, I guess realizing that it's somebody calling the game and not just video of the game, and then immediately leaving. I'm probably going to assume that's the case for a lot of channels like mine. Not a whole lot to read into it. But It's a shame that some people don't give channels like this a chance to follow along the game. You're not missing nothing if you're with me. In fact, you're getting a little bit more. Yeah, I'm not saying Vlad Jr. is as much of a bad ball hitter as his dad was, but he you know, he can definitely get to, you know, he's got a large hot zone. Let's put it that way. That extends beyond the borders of the strike zone, I think. Bam's going to need some oxygen. Bam, you're a big Blue Jay fan, right? If you're legit a Blue Jay fan, talk to me, folks. You've got to be like on pins and needles right now, right? I wouldn't know how this feeling feels, okay? I wouldn't know. The last chance I had to know was when I was 6 years old. So believe me, I don't know what it's like to be this close to winning a title. And, of course, for Blue Jay fans, what's it been? Since 93? Was that the last one? Did you guys win 91, 92 or 92, 93? I think it was 92, 93, right? So we're talking about 32 years since you've been back to this spot. That's a long time, too. All right, Savage is into the ball game. He's made 5 postseason starts. He's pitching to Ohtani with a 2-run lead leading off the top of the 7th, and he's fallen behind Shohei 2-0. Next pitch, in the dirt. 3-0 on Ohtani, who's 2 for 3 tonight, both times singles. And if you are going to give up 2 singles and 3 at-bats to Ohtani, I think he'd call that a win. Here is a strike, a slider, upper half of the zone. It's 3-1. Big pitch coming up here. And Shohei saw it as out of the zone all the way in, did not even offer. That is ball 4. Leadoff walk. Ohtani aboard. Will Smith coming up as the tying run for the Dodgers. Yep, that's true. Being able to gift a membership specifically to somebody would be a nice feature here. But I'm glad you just reminded me about gifting, because I may as well go ahead and give away 5 more memberships right now, because this is the last game I'm calling this year. So why not? Hey, 5 random people. Here's a free membership. Ohtani is on at first base, and Will Smith at the plate. Addie Love, William Taylor, Andrew Toney, Stark Bacon Vanilla, Sonia, and Devin Agnes. Memberships. You're welcome. All right, 1 ball, 1 strike on Will Smith. Ohtani at first with nobody out. 4-2 Blue Jays, top of the 7th. The pitch. That ball is left hanging and hit in the air to center field. It's going to stay in the yard. Varsho with the catch. Ohtani is dancing off the bag, but will hold up at first base. 1 away. Freddie Freeman. I'll say it again. This guy is used to clutch postseason moments. He's had quite a few of them. A chance for another one right here as the tying run in Game 7. He takes high for ball 1. I tell you what. I'm getting nervous. The pitch. That one's in there for a strike, a splitter from Savage. Guerrero holding the runner on at first. The rest of the infield is pulled around for a pull swing from Freeman. So you got the third baseman basically playing shortstop. Shortstop basically lined up at the second base bag. The count now 2-1 on Freeman. Oh, God. You're kidding me. Hey, folks. Here's a ground ball to first. Guerrero goes to second for one. Back to first. Two. A double play. Oh, my. What a double play turned. Guerrero has shown off some leather, as well as that bat of his. A 3-6-3 double play to end the inning. And the Blue Jays are that much closer to a World Series title. 7th inning stretch time at the Rogers Center. Toronto 4, Los Angeles 2. Folks, I wish we could participate in our 7th inning stretch ritual, but that is reserved only for the Orioles. But do get up and stretch if you haven't in a while. Get that blood circulating. I'm going to. I'll be right back. Hang in there. Like and subscribe. Thank you. Hey, you guys want to know what the final out of the 2026 World Series with the Orioles ahead in the final game? What it's going to sound like? It's going to sound like this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Folks, that was me calling a regular season game when the Orioles were in last place in June. Okay? If I sound like that for a moment like that, imagine if we get our asses to a World Series. Holy cow. I'm going to have to hire a nurse to just be at my side for the entire series if we get there. Monitoring all my levels. Emmett Sheehan, right-hander, is on in relief for the Dodgers. 6 1/3 postseason innings, 5 appearances. He is facing Bo Bichette. He's ahead 0-1. We're in the bottom of the 7th. 4, 5, 6 batters due up for the Blue Jays. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2 on Bichette, who still has the biggest swing of the night. That 3-run homer. Difference in the ball game. Here's a foul off to the right. 0-2 on Bichette. That's true. Ohtani did not try to swipe the base there to get that double play off the table. Pitch in the dirt by Sheehan. 1-2 the count. The 1-2 to Bichette. Pitch swung on and missed. Ooh, a rising fastball, 97, and Bichette committed early and could not stop. Going well out of the zone for the whiff. He strikes out. 1 away. There's a Blue Jays watch party in the Scotiabank Arena. I guess that's where the Raptors play. So they've got the Raptors Arena also sold out just to watch the TV of this game from like a couple blocks away. All right, Barger at the plate. 1-0 on him. He's 2 for 3. There's a strike. 1-1. Once again, folks, if you're tuning in at this stage of the game, normally I would have the balls and strikes animation up so you can see the pitch by pitch, where they're going. Have to do the old school radio play-by-play style here because that information is too far ahead and it's spoiling things. We don't want that in a Game 7 of a World Series, right? By the way, when it comes to spoilers, mods, please, at this stage, be extra on the lookout for people typing in results of a play to spoil it. Here's a ground ball to first. Freeman will take it to the bag himself to retire Barger. Two down in the inning. Alejandro Kirk will waddle his way up to home plate. He is 1 for 3. 292 average in this World Series for Kirk. I don't know how he does it. Pitch. Lined into right field. That ball's down and will nearly get to the track. Teoscar Hernandez will cut it off. And, of course, Kirk does not have the speed to try to leg out a double on that one. Had it gotten to the wall, maybe. But Hernandez does well to cut it off. And it's a long single for Alejandro Kirk with 2 down. Dalton Varsho has been held hitless, 0 for 3. First pitch to him is called a strike. That was borderline inside corner. The 0-1. Sheeran's delivery. Sorry, not Ed Sheeran. It's a 1-1 count on Varsho. The 1-1. Swung on, fouled away. 2 strikes and 2 out. And one of the slowest runners he could possibly have on base is at first. It's going to take a lot to get him in. Anything that isn't a home run, you would think it's going to need a couple of guys to come up in this inning. That is fouled away off to the right. It is still 1-2 on Varsho. Oh, yeah, Kirk can hit. Oh, God. I swear. ESPN, you're killing me. 1-2 on Varsho. 2 down. Runner at first. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 97 on the fastball, top of the zone, and the inning is over. The Blue Jays get a runner on, but that's it. We go to the 8th. 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors for Toronto. 2 runs on 7 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. 8th inning coming up. Does Kirk have any steals in his career? I'm willing to bet he does. Even guys like him, sometimes like on a botched hit and run, and then the pitch is in the dirt, but the runner started running, and so then you get a steal out of that. Let's see. I'm going to guess he has 1 in his career. Somewhere. Because he's a smart player, right? I think he's got a really high baseball IQ, and that kind of makes up for his athleticism. Let's see. Has he got a steal? He does have 1 steal. I nailed it. 1. And guess what? He's never been caught. Alejandro Kirk has 1 steal, and it happened this year. What if it was against us? Please just tell me it wasn't against us. How do we find that out? How can I find Alejandro Kirk steals a base? I mean, if he's only gotten 1, if I type this in, this should tell me exactly how he got it. Here it is. Steals first career base. Let's see. Who was it against? Oh, the Rangers. Okay. All right. Well, good news. It didn't happen against us. Well, there's even some talk from John Schneider about his first steal. Let's see this.
Can you walk us through your emotions as you're watching Alejandro Kirk steal a base?
You know what's funny? Bud and I were talking about that today, that there's been a handful of opportunities over the course of his major league career to get one. I thought it was great. You know, infield's playing in, they're not going to throw. He was moving, man. And I think for Vlad to give him the base was awesome. The fact that he was holding it on the field post-game is even better. I think they're authenticating it.
Oh, he got that base? They gave him the base he stole after the game? Yeah, why not? You gotta love it. Everybody knows that might be his only steal ever. Go ahead and give him the base. All right. Plenty of security out here between innings. Time traveler. Well, let's see. If you know that, that means you're probably only about, what, an hour, 2 hours ahead? Here's the problem, Astan. I'm 11 hours ahead. I'm even farther into the future than you. Here's a swing and a miss to begin the top of the 8th. Mookie Betts took a cut on a break-in ball from you, Savage. Mookie's 0 for 2 with a walk. Cut on and missed. That time a slider. It's 0-2. We are in the 8th inning, and the Dodgers are down by a pair of runs. There is a wild swing, and somehow Mookie got a piece of it to stay alive. It's still 0-2. Jeff Hoffman, the Blue Jay closer, is stirring right now in the bullpen. Ground ball right to short, should be routine. Throw to first by Jimenez is in time, and Betts is retired. The Dodgers are running out of outs. They're down to 5. Keeping the leadoff man off base at this stage of a game like this is crucial, especially a pesky guy like Mookie Betts. Here is Muncy. Max Muncy, first pitch. Breaking ball, top of the zone, called a strike, and that looked high to me. Savage gets that call. The kid on the veteran Muncy. 0-1. That's in the dirt. That is definitely a ball. 1-1 the count. 1-1. There's a look at Muncy's batting stance where his feet both turn inward like he's bow-legged. He drills that one. If it's fair, it's well out of here. That ball is gone. Max Muncy off the facade of one of those scrolling scoreboards that separates the second and third deck out there in right field. It is now 4-3. And how big is that run for the Blue Jays to get that lead back up to 2? It's back down to 1 now. Max Muncy takes Savage deep. Blue Jays 4, Dodgers 3. Only 1 out in the inning. Here's Teoscar. He takes a bad swing at a pitch in the dirt. That ball came out of Savage's hand and went straight down. And Teo had already committed. It is 0-1. Here's a breaking ball hit up the middle. Second baseman throwing off balance will get it to first in time for the second out. Woo, boy. Folks, a 1-run ball game in a Game 7. It's happened again. Muncy returns to home plate after that home run trot to a shower of sunflower seeds. Savage is about to be replaced. Schneider coming out to make a move with 2 down, and the base is empty. Crowd giving him a hand even though he gave up a run because they recognize this young kid's potential for their future. And they want him to feel good coming out of the ball game. Jeff Hoffman, the closer, is coming on now in what appears to be an attempt to get a 4-out save to win this World Series for the Blue Jays. Hoffman is coming in to do what, folks?
Close the door. Close the door. Close the door.
Will he be able to do it? Let's take a look at where we're at in this lineup right now. 4 more outs to get. Edman due up next. It's the bottom of the order. But even if Edman is retired, Ohtani would be due to come up to hit third in the 9th. So if Toronto does not get any insurance in the bottom of the 8th, worst case scenario for the Dodgers, Ohtani would come up with 2 down, bases empty in the 9th as the tying run. So the odds are very, very good that this game will end one way or another with high drama. High drama. Everything you want, folks. I'm so glad I'm back and calling this game. I'm feeling better. Maybe part of my illness was, oh, by the way, my head was up too high. You see what happens? If I lift my head too high, I look like Ray Liotta from Hannibal after Dr. Lecter cuts his head off at the dinner table, right? I look like Lucy Liu in Kill Bill Volume 1. I got to get down here. Hey, how you doing? By the way, look at all that brain. Look at how much brain is in this head. And you wonder where all the baseball knowledge comes from, folks. Look at this. Look at this cranium. Look at this mind. Look at the size of this forehead. Sorry. All right. Hoffman is on. First pitch to Edman is outside for ball 1. Jeff Hoffman, 9 postseason appearances, 11 innings. He's 2 for 2. in save situations, which this is, even though we're still only in the 8th. That is low and away. It's 2-0 on Edman. Looks like I just got disconnected. Let's see. All right. Looks like I was interrupted momentarily by a drop in the internet. But here's where we are, folks. The Blue Jays have one more chance to add insurance to this one-run lead. And the Dodgers have 3 more outs to play with. They will be trailing going into the 9th, one way or another. Ohtani will be due to come up to hit 3rd. So for LA, it's extremely important that they keep the Blue Jays off the board in this coming inning. I just feel like everybody is going to put all that math together and understand the situation that worst case scenario, if you hold the Blue Jays here, Ohtani will have a chance to tie the ball game. But if they give up some runs, even just one run is going to make a big, big difference, I think. So I want drama, so I'm kind of hoping the Blue Jays don't add on. Let's go to the 9th with a one-run game, shall we? Yeah, Hoffman's going to try to close it out. I think he only threw about, 4 or 5 pitches to one batter there? 4. Yeah, just only had to throw 4 pitches to get that one out. He's going to come in for the 9th. Even if the Blue Jays put up like a 3 spot and had a 4-run lead, he's going to close it out, I would assume. Or attempt to close it out, I guess I should say. Folks, a gentle reminder that even though baseball played, by real people in real venues with real stakes, all that's coming to an end tonight and won't be back until late March. But starting tomorrow night, if you love baseball, if you like some entertainment, if you like a hangout, if you like to talk baseball and all things pop culture or whatever, we're going to have some new content starting on this channel tomorrow night. Weeknights, well, mostly weeknights, Sunday through Thursday nights. This is the way I see it. For me, that is Monday through Friday mornings, which means I have my Saturday and Sunday mornings off, which means I can have a social life and go out on Friday and Saturday nights. Meanwhile, for you guys, you get your Friday and Saturday nights off because I'll be doing it Sunday through Thursday nights. We get to enjoy our weekends, but 5 nights a week. We'll be hanging. All right. Ernie Clement leading it off for the Blue Jays. Sheehan is still on the mound. He got ahead 0-1, and the next pitch is high to even up the count. We are in the bottom of the 8th. 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up for the Blue Jays. Looking to add on to this one-run lead. Game 7 of the World Series. Swing and a miss, and Clement went way out of the zone to chase that fastball. It is 1-2. Yeah, folks, if you're a new subscriber, don't be shy. You're not obligated or forced to chat, but feel free to say hello. We won't bite. We've been around here a couple of years now. Pitch in the dirt. Check swing. They appeal. They said Clement didn't go, and the count even at 2-2. Oh, by the way, if Clement gets a hit here, he will have the record all to himself for most postseason hits with 30. This is that final chance to do it. Here's the 2-2. And that ball's lifted into left center field. It's splitting the outfielders, and then it's down for a double. Ernie Clement has done it. He has reached a milestone that no other player ever has in the history of the Fall Classic. 30 postseason hits for Ernie Clement. Who had that on their bingo card? He smacks a double into the left center field gap. A leadoff double, and insurance is knocking on the door here for the Blue Jays. You got Jimenez due up right now. He doubled his last time up. And with Springer on deck, this might be a sacrifice situation. My game just froze again. I'm hoping it's going to click back into gear here. And if it doesn't in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to have to scramble. I apologize for this delay. And I'm still staring at a frozen screen. Okay. That sucks. Gonna have to bring it back up. Stand by, folks. Sorry for the pitches that I'm missing. Hopefully nothing big is happening right now. It's just Game 7 of the World Series. Well, they've gone to commercial. So has there been a pitching change? With the lefty Jimenez due up next? Are they okay? I see it right now. Blake Snell. The Dodgers are going to whatever they can use to hold this to a one-run game. With the lefty Jimenez due up, Blake Snell, two-time Cy Young Award winner, if I'm not mistaken, is coming in as a lefty specialist to get this out. It'll then be Springer and Lucas. I could totally see a situation where Jimenez, you get him out. If the runner doesn't move up, or even if he does, you put Springer on. You set up the double play ball with the lefty Lucas coming up. But then you have to get him with Vlad coming up after that. Pinch runner coming in for Clement. I don't have that on my notes yet. If that has happened, I will get an update here momentarily. Blake Snell coming into this situation. Blake Snell is a very strange pitcher. Again, this guy is a decorated pitcher. He's a Cy Young Award winner, I believe, 2 times over. But he's also got the distinction for winning a Cy Young Award, walking the most batters of any winner ever. He gives up walks. He's the kind of pitcher that if you allow him to, he'll get himself into trouble. And did he not come into a game earlier? Did he not give up like a first pitch home run in a game he started earlier in this series, I want to say? He's given up 10 earned runs in 2 starts, 11 and 2/3 innings. Wow. Snell, more like Blake Shelled. Yeah, so this is quite the move right here. This is quite the move. Snell has not been effective. And the Dodgers clearly cannot afford for him to be ineffective here. Snell, meanwhile, is being given the luxury of a newly manicured mound as the entire maintenance crew is out there making sure the mound is just the way he wants it. Again, I don't know any team that is given, honestly. Yeah, there's Clement still at second base. I honestly, do you want to give everybody on the Dodgers a foot massage while you're at it? You know, come on. The mound's fine. Let's go. So apparently Major League Baseball went through a lot of trouble to, shorten the length of games. But I guess that only matters when the Dodgers are not playing. If the Dodgers are playing, Please look for any way to extend the game as much as possible and just completely, make all of the attempts at shortening game look ridiculous if you're going to do this. Are we done with the mound yet? What do you want? How's the mound? By the way, we're in a dome with controlled temp. There's nothing wrong with the mound. All right, here we go. First pitch is low. Jimenez showed bunt. He got the bat head back. It's 1-0. The fielders at first and third are playing in to retrieve this bunt, and that one is bunted but foul up the third base line. 1-1 the count on Jimenez. Oh my God! Yeah, if I'm oh God! Yeah, trust me. I would be screaming. The count is 1-1 on Jimenez. Nobody out. The tying run for the tying run. Insurance run for the Blue Jays. Oh my, line drive right to Muncy at third. He was playing in. He turns towards second to see if there was a double play possibility, but the runner there, Clement, got back quickly. But Muncy, quick reaction, playing in. He's probably maybe 70 feet away from that line drive off the bat. That is the first out of the inning, and it's a big one because that runner still at second base. Springer now at the plate, and again, don't you put him on and go after Lucas? Snell pitches to him, and Springer fouls it away. Springer is 3 for 4 and hitting .421 in this World Series. The lefty Lucas is on deck, which would set up a double play to end the inning for the Dodgers. But again, Snell going after Springer, and now I guess you have to give him credit for wanting to go after him, because he's ahead of Springer 0-2 now. And if he does get him and Lucas, that'll keep the bat out of Vladdy's hands in this inning. So I guess there are a couple of different ways to look at how to handle this. Snell says, I want to go after him. Here's the 0-2 to Springer. Breaking ball, a slider swung on and missed. It was a nasty one. And Snell comes up big with that strikeout. Woo.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
Davis Schneider is going to come up to pinch hit for Lucas. Maybe that was part of the thinking that I failed to think about, which is, well, Snell will likely have to pitch to a righty anyway because they'll pinch hit for Lucas like they're doing. So just go on and pitch to Springer rather than create a situation where Vladdy might come up to hit before the inning ends. Davis Schneider. He's the guy that hit that first pitch home run ball off of Blake Snell out in L.A. earlier in this series. So a rematch here. And you have to think, based on that previous matchup, that Snell, at least first pitch, is not going to be a hittable one. He does not want to see a repeat of that moment now. Let's see what he throws. First pitch is a well-placed changeup that floated on the outside and caught the corner for strike one. Blake Snell looks pretty locked in here. Guerrero on deck. The 0-1, that bounces in. Although it may have been by design. Tried to get a chase. It is 1-1 on Davis Schneider. Folks, Major League Baseball. Pretty fun, isn't it? 1-1 pitch. That's low and in. That kicks up some chalk for ball 2. Again, Guerrero looming on deck. He is hitless so far tonight. He was intentionally walked once. Schneider in the series is 2 for 9. 2-1 the count. Pitch. That's a change up that caught the outside corner again. Blake Snell is spotting his pitches very well here. And honestly, that wasn't even a strike. That was 2 inches outside. He got the call. 2-2 the count with 2 down. Insurance run over at second base in the form of Ernie Clement. Pitch to Schneider. Curveball. Oh, it's curveball swung on and missed. And that'll end the inning.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
1-run lead is going to have to be enough for Toronto. We are going to the 9th inning of Game 7 of the World Series. The Blue Jays lead it 4-3. And they have now left 10 men on base on the night. If Toronto does not win this game, they will be thinking about 1 or 2 of those would-be base runners and why they couldn't get them in. 4 runs, 12 hits for the Blue Jays, 3 runs on 8 hits for the Dodgers. It will be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up for LA, but I'm going to assume the likes of a Miguel Rojas will be pinch hit for. He's due up second. Kike Hernandez will lead off. If he does indeed hit, I think he probably will. Ohtani due up third. This is it. 9th inning, Game 7 of the World Series. How's everybody doing? Are we liking? Are we subscribing? Hey, how about some feedback? You know, old BW here. Look, this is pandering. I'll admit it. I am pandering for a little love and support. Not of the financial variety. I already had some super chats tonight. Totally cool. I'm just meaning, can you build up a little confidence for me here? I'm just going to ask you straight out. Have I been calling a decent game tonight? Did I get back on the horse, or am I a little bit rusty? Are you happy you chose this to be the place to follow along this big old baseball game? I hope so. I do appreciate everybody's hanging out. We're nearing 5,000 total views. We've got over 50 people chilling here right now. The stream has gotten healthier and healthier as the game has gone on. That's good. The bad news is we are theoretically about 5 to 10 minutes away from the end of the Major League Baseball season, which means there won't be a whole lot of major events to help the channel grow happening for several months after this. There will not be 5,000 people tuning into my video game playing content coming up starting tomorrow night, I can assure you. So one last big push here. One more game called here in 2025. It's been fun. And, yeah, let's see what happens here. When Ohtani comes up, it's just going to be nuts. Here we go. Kike Hernandez is at the plate. Hoffman's first pitch. Up and in, and Hernandez has to turn out of the way. Ball 1. The heart emojis, George, I cannot see it on this screen, but if you're telling me you're tapping, then I believe you. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. A slider that was dipping. Out of the reach of Hernandez. 1-1 the count. He is 1 for 3 is Kike. Oh, that's right. Our time-traveling friend did tell us this is an 11-inning affair. Why am I thinking? The 1-1 pitch. That ball's fouled away. 2 strikes on Hernandez. And man, if you're a Blue Jay fan, every time you get to 2 strikes, you got to be licking your chops. They just cut to Guerrero. He was literally licking his chops. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. A slider that broke down and away into the dirt. 1 away in the 9th. Toronto is 2 outs away from their first World Series championship since their last appearance some 32 years ago. Here is Miguel Rojas. There is no pinch hitter. I'm a little bit surprised. First pitch, swung on and missed, and that wasn't close. A slider in the dirt. I'm shocked. The Dodgers don't have somebody they feel is a better shot to reach base than Rojas, with Ohtani waiting on deck. Here is the 0-1. That bounces in there, and this time Rojas lays off. Will the World Series title return to Canada? In a season that began out of the United States, it will also end outside of the United States. By the way, that's the first time in the history of the sport. That pitch is low to Rojas. The count is 2 balls and a strike. Ohtani is on deck. He will get a chance to do something. Pitch. Swung on. Hit in the air. Down the right side. Guerrero with a look. It will get into the seats. 2-2 on Rojas. Bobo is here. Bobo decided, you know what? The first 8.5 innings plus 1 out. I don't need to be here for that. I'm here for the last 2 minutes of this game. 2-2 on Rojas. Holy cow. Here comes the pitch. Hit in the air. Foul. We'll do it again. Do you walk Ohtani if he comes up with 2 outs? No. No, I pitch to him. If he ties it, he ties. If it was to win it, if it was to take a lead, then no. To tie, I'm pitching. Now, I'm pitching very carefully. If I wind up walking him as a result, I'm not going to lose my mind. But by the way, that last pitch up and in, a lot of people in the crowd thought that was a strike, but that's ball 3. Full count on Rojas. And obviously, the batter should get a pitch to hit here. You don't want to walk him. Line drive to left. That ball is up. That ball's carrying. That ball is gone. Miguel Rojas has just tied it up in the 9th with a home run off of Jeff Hoffman. I don't believe it. I'm sitting here wondering, do they got a pinch hitter? Maybe a lefty bat? Somebody with a little more pop? Miguel Rojas just went yard. This game is tied at 4. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And now Ohtani comes up as the go-ahead run, and now, yes, now I'm saying don't pitch to him. Well, they did, and he's swinging at the first pitch. It's going to stay in the yard and be caught on the track and left for out number 2. We are going to have a bottom of the 9th. Unbelievable. Where's that guy who said 11 innings? He might be on to something. I can't believe Rojas took Hoffman deep. Unbelievable. The last guy in the lineup you would have thought. Man, I tell you what, baseball is something special. Here's Will Smith. He takes a strike. 2 down, nobody on. We are tied at 4. And no, I can't go 18 innings. Please don't do that to me. I've got a new series of content to debut tomorrow. There's a called strike 2. 0-2 on Smith. How many home runs during the season for Miguel Rojas? Oh, my God, I've lost my breath. 7. 7 in the regular season. 27 RBI. 76 hits. It is 1-2 on Will Smith. What about 17 innings? All right. Only if you send a super chat, Doc. If you promise to send a super chat, I'll call 17 innings. 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. 2-2 on Will Smith. I mean, tit for tat. Quid pro quo, Clarice. Quid pro quo. You tell me things, I tell you things. It is 2-2 on Will Smith. Wow, I can't believe that happened. That pitch well off the plate. A slider that started outside, which made it easy for Smith to lay off as it broke even further away. Sir Anthony Dominguez is up for at least the 3rd time tonight in the Blue Jay bullpen. Would you believe if he had something to do with how this ends? There's a called strike 3 on the outside corner. Will Smith is literally hopping mad at the call. The inning is over, but the Dodgers said this World Series is not over. Miguel Rojas comes up with the most clutch home run you're ever going to see. We go to the bottom of the 9th in Game 7 of the World Series, tied at 4. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Now I have to do 17 innings. All right, what does that translate to? Hold on a sec. Now I have to, huh? I'm just doing a little bit of calculating here. 49. All right. For $2.64 American, you got it. I just had to do a little bit of quick math. All right, well, if we go 17, I'm not going anywhere. But I'll tell you this, though. Honestly, I'm about to cut off the light. This freaking YouTube light. Because it's been shining on my grill here for coming up on 4 hours straight. And can I at least see what it looks like if I turn this sucker off? I mean, you can deal with it, right, folks? I just don't want to have that thing shining in my face if we're going extra innings. Oh, by the way, that scoreboard at the top of the screen must have gotten frozen along the way. Let's get that updated. There we go. All right, Blake Snell remains in the game for the Dodgers. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning in Game 7 of the World Series. The Blue Jays have due up Guerrero, Bichette, and Barger, the heart of the order. I mean, another Joe Carter situation, folks? How are you not thinking the name Joe Carter right now if you're a baseball fan? Guerrero up first. Bichette up after, Barger hitting third. Joe Carter time, folks. Can you imagine this venue hosting 2 Game 7 walk-off home runs? Or was Carter Game 6? Was Carter Game 6 or 7? Folks, help me out. I think it was Game 6. So this would actually trump that if Guerrero did something like that right now. First pitch to Guerrero is outside, a changeup from Snell. We are in the bottom of the ninth, tied at 4. Guerrero 0 for 3. Pitch taken low, 2-0. Thanks again, Dr. Guerrero, for the super chat. It was game 6. Thanks, guys. By the way, is there a long lag? That took a while to get that response. We're going to do a quick lag check, folks. It's a 3-0 count on Guerrero. I'm going to say a number. Please type it in as soon as you hear it. And hopefully there will only be about a 5-second delay. The number is 6. Type that in real quick. Guerrero hits one into center field. That ball's backing up Edman, but he will now come back in a few steps from the edge of the track and make the catch. Guerrero made a bid, but it was to straightaway center field. Thank you, Bobo. Thank you, Phantom. Looks like there's a little bit of a delay than normal, but not terrible. Thanks for the feedback, folks. That is the first out. Guerrero hit that ball probably about 375, 380 feet, but the dead center for the out. Here's Bichette. He looks at a first pitch strike. 4-4 ball game in the bottom of the ninth, 1 away. The 0-1 is outside, 1-1 the count. Bichette with the big 3-run homer that made it 3-0 Toronto. The Dodgers have outscored the Blue Jays 4-1 since, and that one Toronto scored. An insurance run that wound up being very important, or else they'd be up here right now, trailing in the bottom of the ninth. The 2-1. That one's hit hard, but right. Oh, it does get down in front of. Who was that in left? That looked like Barger moved over there. Let me take a look at these lineups. Yeah, there have been some defensive changes. Barger. That's Miles Straw, in left field. Here is the defense currently for the Blue Jays. Straw is in left field. After Schneider pinch hit for Lucas, Schneider's out of the game. Guerrero is still at first. Bichette is out of the game after Kiner Falefa pinch ran. And Bichette was just intentionally walked, I guess. Was that what happened? Kiner Falefa, or Bichette just hit a base hit. Bichette just got a single. Sorry, folks. I can't keep my eyeballs on two things at once. Must have been a one-pitch base hit for Bichette. He's on at first, but now being pinch run for with Kiner Falefa. Addison Barger at the plate. And a 1-0 pitch to him is just a bit outside, apparently, 2-0. That was borderline. So the Blue Jays have the would-be World Series winning run on at first base with 1 out in the bottom of the ninth. Barger is 2 for 4 tonight, and he looks at a curveball that breaks onto the zone for strike 1. 2-1 on Barger. It has been said that if they need him, Yoshinobu Yamamoto would be available for the Dodgers, and if this goes extras, you have to think they're going to have to exercise that need. Meanwhile, Sir Anthony Dominguez is still just kind of stirring out there. Maybe coming on to pitch the top of the 10th if the Blue Jays don't walk it off here. 2-2 on Barger. Runner at first, 1 out. And the pitch. He reached for one low and in, got a piece of it, and fouled it off himself. And Barger will take a lap around the batting circle to get some feeling back in his lower left leg where he fouled that pitch. Actually, it looks like it might have got him top of the foot, maybe. 2-2 the count. Barger still kind of hobbling around outside the box. considering all the accommodations for time the Dodgers have been afforded in a few different situations tonight, I think it's only fair to allow Barger a little extra time to get himself sorted. The trainer is out there now, along with the manager. Barger takes a practice swing, seeing if he can maintain his balance. He seems to be saying he's okay, and now the trainer walks back. All right. Hey, folks, would you believe that nobody has left the ballpark yet? Doesn't anybody want to avoid the traffic? Hey, this would have been a night to get one of those hotel rooms up there. This actually would have been a night that it would have been worth the price. 2-2 pitch. Swung on. A little tapper up the line. It rolls foul up the third base line. Barger will come back to the plate still with a 2-2 count. 1 out in the bottom of the ninth. The World Series winning run is on at first base for the Blue Jays. Kiner Falefa as a pinch runner. So Bichette is out of the ball game. And if this order comes all the way back around in extras, that might hurt Toronto. Snell comes in with the next pitch, and Barger fouls a slider off. It's still 2-2. Barger was a part of the play that ended Game 6. He was off the second base bag when Kike Hernandez caught a line drive out, and then Barger was forced out, failing to return to second in time on a game-ending double play. Now a chance to be a hero. 2-2 pitch. Takes one in the dirt. Full count. Snell has now gotten up to 27 pitches since he's come on. It's an absolute guess as to how long the Dodgers would stick with him. I have no idea. Here comes the payoff pitch. That is ball 4. Whoa, 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 whoa. That looked like that might have been a strike. Blake Snell, where was this pitch? Oh, my. Very close. Very, very close. If it did get the zone, it was by a stitch. That is ball 4. Barger is on. That pushes the winning run into scoring position, and Alejandro Kirk is coming up now. Yamamoto is now loosening up. Kirk is walking back to the dugout. And I'm not sure why. They're going to move to Yamamoto now? Wow. Wow. I sound like Owen Wilson all of a sudden. Wow. They're going to Yamamoto now? Wow. Wow. Holy cow, folks. Holy cow. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is entering the chat. Wow. First and second with 1 out, with Alejandro Kirk due up. I'm not sure if he went back to the dugout just to sit down for a couple of minutes, or if they plan on... I don't think they have a guy to pin... I don't know what these rosters are looking like. Schneider, Straw, and Kiner Falefa have already come off the bench and entered the ball game. So you're looking at backup catcher and maybe one other guy on the bench as options. But Kirk is pretty clutch. I think he's going to hit. Oh, my God. But Kirk also, with Yamamoto pitching, you talk about a strikeout or double play candidate. Oh, my goodness. Somebody's going to have to do something unexpected, which, that's been the case in this game. Who expected a game-tying home run from Miguel Rojas? Anybody? So, expect the unexpected, I say. Yamamoto has already pitched 34 2/3 innings in the postseason. 5 starts, averaging about 7 innings per start. Here we go. Oh, we have a difference in opinion on that last pitch. Like I said, it was borderline. If it did hit the zone, it was by a stitch. It's the kind of call where, as a, non-fan of either team, it's easy for me to say that call could have gone either way. Tell you this, though, that's definitely a challenge next year. All right, here we go, folks. Yamamoto versus Kirk. First pitch, a splitter that dances down and in for strike one. Kirk can end it if he can just flare it over the infield. The 0-1. That hit him. Oh, my. I said to expect the unexpected, folks. And that's exactly what we got right here. Kirk hit on the hand with a breaking ball up and in. And he will gladly take his base. The winning run, now 90 feet away with only 1 out. Holy cow. It's come down to this. Dalton Varsho, who has not done much, 0 for 4 tonight. Just 167 in the series, but a chance to be the name everybody remembers for decades to come. What a moment. I can't believe that got, and by the way, Kirk not reacting like Jimenez getting hit by that pitch. I tell you what, that was so bad by Jimenez. I mean, even as a teammate, like once it's all said and done, like spring training next year, I am bringing that up. Like, dude, what the hell were you doing? We've got a mound meeting. The interpreter is in, Yamamoto, pitching coach, at least one infielder. There's a challenge? I don't see anything about a challenge. What's getting challenged? What's coming on here? We've got a defensive replacement right in the middle of the inning. Andy Pages has now replaced Tommy Edman in center field. Folks, there is every gear turning right now. Wow, look how big this ump is. He is making Dave Roberts look like a very, very, very small guy. That's a big ump. All right. The infield is up on the lip of the grass to cut down the would-be winning run at home. Bases loaded, 1 out, bottom of the 9th, Game 7 of the World Series. Folks, this is Roy Hobbs territory. This is Sandlot. The sun's going down. It's time to go home for dinner. Let's have one more crack of the bat moment. Here it is. First pitch, splitter low for ball 1 to Dalton Varsho. Was center field in really shallow? That would make sense. That's why they put Pages out there with the arm. Ground ball. That's foul. First base side. The count is 1-1. I need a little more volume. Bases loaded. The 1-1 Called a strike on the outside corner. 97 with the fastball. 2 strikes on Varsho. Holy cow. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit on the ground. Stopped by the second baseman. He throws home in time. And boy, he clutched that a little bit longer than you would like if you're a Dodger fan. But man, oh man, they get the force out at home plate. Miguel Rojas playing in. He got that ball, but the transfer is a little bit shaky. Still able to fire home just in time. 2 down in the inning. It's a fielder's choice. When is the World Baseball Classic, Michael? When's the next one? I don't know. Holy cow, folks. Ernie Clement, Mr. 30 hits in the postseason. Oh, they're reviewing this. No, his foot was there. Okay, so they're reviewing whether or not Will Smith kept his foot on the base when he got... Yeah, he's out. There's a little bit of a thing there, but they're not overturning that. They're not overturning that. There's no way. You can't end the season with an overturned call on a play like that. You just can't. You can't. All right. Here we go. Ernie Clement, 30 postseason hits. No other major league player can ever say they've done it. He needs 31 to give the Blue Jays the World Series. First pitch, he pops it up to left. Going back, still going back. Onto the track, they collide, and Pages makes the catch. Oh, my God. Kike Hernandez and Andy Pages both leapt into the air, colliding. And somehow Pages comes down with it, and this game is going to extra innings. Holy shit! I need a Lucky. Where's the Tylenol? Holy shit! We'll be back.
He met a strange friend in the Chesapeake Bay when Monday the Monster...
Holy cow. Folks, I picked a good one. You know what this game is reminding me of? It reminds me of a movie that I really enjoyed back when it came out, and upon future watches, which haven't been many over the years because it's a long movie, but Paul Thomas Anderson, his follow-up to Boogie Nights, a movie called Magnolia. Any of you folks ever seen it? Came out in 1999. It's a movie that addresses a lot of themes, but one of the sort of overarching themes is this concept of how the bizarre and the unbelievable isn't necessarily all that strange, if you know what I mean. Sometimes, what was the line in the movie? These sorts of things happen all the time. I mean, you know, this is the beauty of sport. This has been quite the inning. Hey, there's our Fortune teller, Aston. What did I say, BW? What did I say? Hey, man, you're getting there. You're getting close. What did you say? Blue Jays in 11? Was that what you said? I remember 11, but I don't remember who you had winning. Holy cow. These sorts of things happen all the time. We are going to the top of the 10th. Freddie Freeman to lead off. Sir Anthony Dominguez is on the mound. He said 5-4 Jays in the 11th. If it winds up like that, then somebody track Aston down. He is a walking Gray's Sports Almanac. And I need to know. Aston, should I ask you how the Orioles are going to do next year, or should I not? Don't answer that. 1-1 on Freddie Freeman. That ball's hit in the air. Left field. Backing up. On the track. Still backing up. And making the catch one step in front of the wall is Miles Straw. He also said I'd win the lottery next year. Okay. Which lottery? I live in Thailand. Can I win Publishers Clearinghouse? What kind of lottery? Or is it like that short story, The Lottery, where the winner is chosen to be the sacrifice of the community? A lottery you don't want to win. There are lotteries that you don't want to win, folks. Hunger Games, you hear me? All right. The Orioles next year, just giving me a little wink. And, okay, I kind of like it. Here's the 1-0 to Betts. That ball's fouled back. Mookie Betts up there with 1 out, nobody on in the top of the 10th. He is 0 for 3. I feel like I'm living in a fever dream at this stage. The 1-1 from Dominguez is inside. 2 balls and a strike. So, folks, a Oriole, a guy who's been an Oriole more than he has been a Blue Jay here in this season, now a major part of the outcome of this World Series. That pitch is high. It's 3-1 to Betts. Come on, Sir Anthony. Don't be the one to screw it up. Come on, man. 3-1 pitch. That's ball 4. Got it up there at 99, but inside to Betts. He is on with 1 out. Stay away from Biff. All right. Runner at first, 1 down for Max Muncy. Last time up, hit a home run. That got the Dodgers back to within a run in the 8th inning, and then a home run in the 9th from Rojas to tie it. It's 0-1 on Muncy. Pitch. Low, 1-1. Dominguez from the belt, the 1-1. That is over the plate, but low. Muncy lays off. It's 2 balls and a strike. We still haven't gotten 1 subscriber. It's 3,600. Not 1. I really don't know how to do this, do I? I really have no clue how to convince people to subscribe to my channel. I mean, it's only the biggest moment of the biggest game. Pitch. Foul back. It is 2-2 on Muncy. We're going to try it one more time, Charm City chat. I'm going to ask you guys, because as you can see, I'm terrible at it. If you've got something positive to say to those watching that aren't subscribed, to maybe convince them that, hey, subbing up isn't such a bad thing, go ahead. 2-2 pitch. Line drive, base hit into center field by Muncy. Betts will have to stop at second with the ball hit right beyond the second base bag there. 2 men on for the Dodgers. The go-ahead run now in scoring position. Dominguez got a glove to that, I guess, a little bit. It was a comebacker line drive. Muncy is aboard. Here is Teoscar Hernandez, 0 for 3 with a sac fly. That came back in the 4th inning. That's the only... what am I saying? Never mind. I was going to say something that would have been factually incorrect. 1-0 on Teoscar. First and second with 1 out for the Dodgers. Dominguez's next pitch. That hits the corner on the outside. Even up the count, 1-1. Well, 2 people helped convince others watching. Thank you, Michael and Chilo. Thanks. Just swing and a miss. A breaking ball from Dominguez. Off-speed pitch there. It is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Toronto is going bananas. The pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Us Oriole fans all too familiar with the frustration that is watching Sir Anthony Dominguez get outs. He's got some pretty filthy stuff, but can't really seem to put batters away quickly like you'd like. That ball's fouled away by Hernandez. The count's still 2-2. Holy Toledo. 18 pitches from Dominguez. Still only 1 out in the inning. Pages, who entered the game as a defensive replacement, is on deck. The 2-2 to Teoscar. On the outside corner, but not called. Strike 3. Let me see a replay. That was close. Oh, that is outside. Okay, that was the correct call. That missed by a couple of inches. Kirk tried to pull it back a little bit. 3-2. Here comes the payoff. Outside, ball 4. That was farther off the plate. Oh, Sir Anthony, Sir Anthony, Sir Anthony. What have we done? We have loaded the bases. There's only 1 out. Pages coming up. We're going to have a mound meeting, and I need to close my balcony door because it's getting hot in here in more ways than one. Be right back. Oh, my. Oh, wow. Now look at my color. Maybe I will have to cut this light back. Whoa! All right. There. I look somewhat human. Pitch swung on and missed to Pages. A sweeper from Dominguez. It's 0-1. The Dodgers are knocking on the door of a big inning here. Pages is, though, 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position in the postseason. The 0-1. That is high. 1 ball, 1 strike. A strikeout, an infield pop-up, or a double play ball is what Toronto needs. anything else, the Dodgers have a shot to take a lead. That is just a bit low for ball 2. Again, Kirk doing his best to frame it. Can't get the call. 2-1. Pitch. That ball is hit back to short. They go home and they get the force. Holy cow. Betts is forced out at home plate. Andres Jimenez with the quick reaction playing in. That ball hit over the third base side of the mound. And Jimenez fires home a perfect strike to Kirk to get the force play. 2 down, bases still loaded. Here is Kike Hernandez, who's had some postseason excitement on his resume. He's now the guy. First pitch is outside, ball 1 to Kike. 2 down, bases loaded. The 1-0. Swing and a miss on a sweeper. 26 pitches now thrown by Dominguez. The 1-1 pitch. A tapper. Past Dominguez. Can he cover the bag? He will. Holy cow. A little roller up the first base side. Dominguez went to field it and then went to cover the bag after it got past him. He didn't quite know where the base was. Just sort of hoping it was there. Oh, my God, it was a bang-bang play, but he got the foot down. This inning is over. We're going to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 4. The Dodgers leave them loaded. Unbelievable. What am I watching? This could go down as one of the greatest games ever. I know what you told me, Ass fan, or A's fan. I guess I should read that as A's fan, or Aston. Sorry. It almost reads like A's fan. Bro, I told you, if you nail the call, we're going to wrap you in plastic and send you to a museum, all right? What are they challenging? It looks like the umpire just said there's a... whatever it is, we're going to commercial. We're going to the bottom of the 10th. We are tied at 4. Wow. Holy cow. Coming up for the Blue Jays, 9-1-2. And the 2 is now Miles Straw. If anybody gets on base, Guerrero would come up to hit. So if Aston's prediction holds true, we have to wait until another inning. But hey, the fact that you're this close, even if you don't nail it, pretty nice prediction. Holy cow, folks. I am using up a lot of energy here. I'm running on pure adrenaline. Murder in a Small Town, coming this fall on Fox. Is that like the follow-up to Cops? What do they do? Just set a camera down in Florida somewhere and there's your show? All right, motocross, yeah. Oh, I'm watching Deportes? I don't know. Hey, everybody. How you doing? 36-10. That'd be nice. Over 5,000 people have clicked in and tuned into at least a moment of the broadcast. 50-something people here chilling right now. If you'd like to be a member, not even a member, just a subscriber, it's free. There's a button right below that says subscribe. Oh, by the way, the poll says about 7 out of 10 of you are pulling for the Blue Jays here. All right. Here we go. Jimenez. And Yamamoto is on the pitch. Unbelievable. There's a dad holding his kid in his arm, watching this together, swinging a miss, 0-2 on Jimenez. Yamamoto threw 7 pitches to end the 9th. So he's now on 9 pitches since coming into the ball game. 0-2. That one's hit on the ground towards second. An underhand flip by Rojas as his momentum took him almost all the way to first base. That is the first out of the inning. Yamamoto has thrown 211 pitches in this World Series. Here's number 212, and that grazed George Springer. Did it hit him? I guess not. Nearly did. Springer is 3 for 5 on the night, but 0 for his last 2. 1 out, nobody on. The 1-0. Low, that was a ball all the way in. Easy to lay off. 2 balls, no strikes. Coming up on Sunday, 1 minute away from Sunday on the East Coast. Hey, folks, you can join me. But wait. No, not true, because that whole daylight savings thing, well, I guess it doesn't matter. But anyway, that kicks in, what, at 1 a.m.? Basically, do you repeat 1 a.m. twice? Is that how it works? Or is it... Yeah, you basically repeat the 1 a.m. hour twice. Isn't that how it works? 3-0 pitch is taken for a strike. It is 3-1. You guys are going to get 2 1 a.m.s tonight. That's pretty cool. That's a strike to make the count full on Springer. Miles Straw, who's 0 for 8 in the series, is on deck. You're calling it, and if you're right, then I'm going to say that you spoiled it. All right, that is a foul off the foot of Springer. Took him down to the ground, but he gets up looking not all that harmed from that foul ball. Still 3-2. The pitch. He swung at ball 4. A splitter that broke down and away. No chance for contact. Yamamoto felt confident that he would trick Springer into going after that pitch, and he was right. And folks, welcome to Sunday. If you're on the East Coast, remember the 2nd of November. Here's Miles Straw. Pops up the first pitch on the right side. It's into the stands. Straw, not much of a hitter. Never has been. He's really good base runner. If he can get on base, he'll swipe a base for you. Plays a solid outfield. But pretty light in the hitting department. The 0-1 from Yamamoto is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Okay, Joe, no worries. You can understand why we got to make sure somebody puts in all caps calling home run. That's a red flag of somebody spoiling. This pitch has popped up. Right field, going to be a can of corn for Teoscar Hernandez. He's got it, and that's it, folks. We're going to the 11th inning. And our prognosticator of prognosticators, Aston Gaming. Let's see if he's right, folks. 11th inning. Will the Blue Jays win this 5-4 in 11? If so, I think Aston Gaming needs to make his own channel. I want to tune into you for my weekly picks. I got an office pool, you know. All right. Big sports day now. Coming up on Sunday, the Commanders, the Lakers, and the Flyers. Now, Michael, I got to ask you, that is a very strange combination of teams you root for. I get the O's and the Commanders. If you're like me and you grew up in the 80s where the Colts have already left town and there's no baseball team in D.C., the natural inclination is to be an Oriole fan and a Commander fan. How do you explain the Lakers and the Flyers? You're going to have to help me out with that. The Lakers just feels like a bandwagon choice, I got to be honest. By the way, the color on me, I'm looking at the monitor. I look like I'm a corpse. Okay, it's kind of fading between green and pink. I don't know what the hell's going on with the lighting. Dr. Garrow says it's going 17. He wants to get his money's worth. Yeah, I got to know. Why the Flyers? Why the Flyers? I got to know. Do you go back to before the Capitals existed? I mean, that would be reasonable. Because I guess Philly would be the home team at that point. Did I read that right, that this is the third Game 7 to go extra innings? That can't be all time. Maybe this century, 21st century? All right, folks, 11th inning of Game 7 of the World Series. Dodgers and Blue Jays. Shane Bieber is on the pitch for Toronto. And he throws a first pitch strike to Miguel Rojas. Rojas, his last time up, is the reason why we're all still here. He hit an unbelievable game-tying ninth inning home run off the closer Hoffman. Here's a roller to third. And it will be handled in time to get Rojas, who's not all that quick. Ernie Clement at third base makes the play. Let's take a look at the Blue Jay defense as it is right now, because there have been some changes. Clement is at third. Jimenez is at short. Kiner Falefa is at second base. Vlad at first. Miles Straw's in left field. Varsho's in center. And Barger in right. Here's Ohtani, and he hits a one-hopper to second. A one-pitch out of Shohei Ohtani. How about that? And an easy one. Not hit hard. Just a routine one-hopper to second. Dare I say it, that's a ball off Ohtani's bat I could have fielded. I could have fielded that. Looks like it got a little bit of the bat. Yeah, the bat definitely broke a little bit on that swing. Here's Will Smith. And first pitch is a slider in the dirt for ball one. Smith is 1 for 5 with a double and a run scored. 2 out, nobody on. Pitch. That's a curveball low. 2-0. Did I say Beavers? I don't remember.
Nice beaver.
Thank you.
Pitch. Oh, that ball's hit to left. Where's it going? It's to the track. That ball's carrying. That ball is gone. Unbelievable. Will Smith has given the Dodgers the lead in 11. They lead it 5-4. Astan, I'm sorry, but you got the teams wrong if this score stays as is. Holy cow. Will Smith touches off Shane Bieber, who got the first 2 outs really easily. And now this. Wow, 2 down for Freeman. He takes one inside for ball 1. And boy, you want to talk about the air getting sucked out of the place. Blue Jay fans right now look like they've seen a ghost. Holy cow. Yeah, well, is that all it was? You just got the teams mixed up. Kind of not a small thing to get wrong. Well, I knew I had to cut either the green wire or the red wire. I said red. Okay, it's green. I cut the wrong wire and the building has exploded now, but I meant green. All right. 3-1 pitch to Freeman. That is a called strike. Freddie was turning toward first, hoping to get ball 4. Full count, 2 down, nobody on. A run in on a solo homer by Will Smith. Here comes the payoff pitch. Fouled off to the right. Nice scoop by the ball boy over there. There's a ground ball up the middle, but playing right near the bag is the shortstop Jimenez, and that's the final out. We are going to the bottom of the 11th. For the first time all game, the Dodgers have the lead, and it's in extra innings of Game 7 of the World Series. Holy cow. Who's due up for Toronto, you ask, in the penultimate inning of this 2025 season? Who's going to take their final swings, you ask? Vlad Guerrero will lead off. Kiner Falefa. I told you this could happen if it came back around and IKF was in the lineup over Bichette. That could sting. And guess what? I mean, you never know. Kiner Falefa, maybe he'll be a hero. But damn, it would have been nice for the Blue Jays to still have Bichette coming up in this inning. Guerrero, Kiner Falefa, and Addison Barger. And is Yamamoto going to stay on the pitch? It's almost unfair if Yamamoto closes this out. It's almost unfair. I say force LA to put a reliever out there. I don't care who. Just somebody else. Folks. All right. Oh my God. I've gone down 3 more subscribers. Wow. Wow. You know what that means, folks? That means tonight I have netted a grand total of 0 subscribers. 0. Whatever. If for some reason I'm not calling a game well, fine. Whatever. Holy shit, I don't care anymore. 0. Game 7 World Series extra innings. I've called every pitch. 4.5 hours stream. 0. All right, here comes Guerrero. Holy shit. Shit. First pitch is outside for ball one. Dean is now in center field. Pages has moved over to right, and Kim is in to play second defensively for the Dodgers. That is low and away. It's 2-0 on Guerrero. 0. You know how difficult that is to do? That's a strike. 2-1 on Guerrero. And I'm sure some of you judgmental people out there will go, well, maybe BW, if you didn't talk about it like that, then maybe more people would. 4.5 hour stream. I think I've spent about a grand total of 1 minute talking about subs. So if out of 4.5 hours of 1 minute of channel health is too much, then sorry. Anyway, moving on. That pitch is inside. It's a full count on Guerrero, leading off the bottom of the 11th. I don't know why they just flashed Bichette on deck. He's out of the ball game. Line drive to left. That ball's going to get down for extra bases into the corner. Guerrero will glide into second standing, and he is pumped. He says, let's go. The tying run in scoring position for the Blue Jays with nobody out. A pitch in on the hands, and he somehow turned that bat and pulled it down the left field line. What a swing. What a swing off the bat. Guerrero out there as the tying run. Here is Kiner Falefa. What are you going to do? Lay one down or what? Barger is on deck. He shows bunt. He gets it down. It's a perfect bunt. Yamamoto's only plays to first. Guerrero, the tying run 90 feet away. One down in the bottom of the 11th. Here's Barger. Here comes Mark Pryor in the translator to talk. The Dodgers have 2 minutes. Clayton Kershaw says, I might want to have a say in this. Holy cow, Kershaw's up along with Roki Sasaki. Holy cow, Barger. Thing about him is he hits the ball as hard as anybody in the league. This guy's average exit velo is up there with the best. If he squares one up, this ball game's going to be at least tied. One down. Barger has to come through, though. You don't want to rely on a 2-out hit. Barger's 2 for 4 with a walk, hitting .480 in the series. Here comes the first pitch. And he takes it outside, ball one. The infield for the Dodgers is in. Guerrero, the tying run at third. The 1-0 pitch. Just off the plate again. It's 2-0. Pitch. High. 3-0. That is the potential World Series winning run at the plate. And Yamamoto is 1 pitch away from putting him on base for free. Alejandro Kirk on deck. Pitch. That's ball 4. The winning run is on for Toronto. And who else but the human fire hydrant, Alejandro Kirk. Coming up representing every chunky man who dreamed of ever being a baseball player, coming up in the biggest of moments. The tying run 90 feet away, 1 out. Kirk must hit the ball, line drive or in the air. A ground ball here could end it with his really below average speed. That is a tapper. Foul on the first pitch. It's 0-1 on Alejandro Kirk. Yamamoto picks up the rosin bag. Everybody on pins and needles. First and third, 1 out. The 0-1 to Kirk. Breaking ball taken. A curveball that wound up in a very hittable location. But it's taken for strike 2. Kirk must know. Contact is a must. Hey there, Janet. Here's the 0-2 pitch. A broken back ground ball. Step on the bag for 1. Over to first 2. A World Series winning double play executed by the Dodgers. The Dodgers have won the World Series. Final score in 11, 5-4. And it is a ground ball double play hit by one of the slowest men in the history of the sport. That does in the Blue Jays. Holy cow. Back-to-back World Series championships for the Dodgers. They have got quite the roster, quite the dearth of talent on this team, and my goodness, it took every piece of this roster to get them over the hump. Boy, the Blue Jays put up a hell of a fight. Vlad Guerrero had an amazing series. We got to see a bright young pitcher in Trey Savage emerge. But Toronto's 33-year wait for a World Series title continues. The Dodgers, meanwhile, bring it home for a second straight year. And Yoshinobu Yamamoto, my goodness, this guy pitched his ass off. Every time the Dodgers needed to go to him, they did, and he delivered. He pitched the final 2 2/3 innings of this game without giving up a run and setting up the Dodgers to get the victory. The Blue Jays left 14 men on base. The Dodgers left 10. Shane Bieber will be saddled with the loss after giving up that go-ahead run in the top of the 11th. Unbelievable. Will Smith, obviously a hero, hitting the go-ahead home run off of Bieber. Will Smith having himself quite the career when it comes to postseasons. I mean, when it comes to catchers making noise in the postseason, you're going to have to put Will Smith up there with the likes of Yogi Berra and Johnny Bench and a pretty short list. Will Smith caught 73 innings in this World Series. 73 innings he crouched behind the plate. That is a record. No catcher has crouched behind the plate as much as Will Smith did here in this series. What a series. Now all the annoying announcers with their annoying snazzy suits and annoying haircuttery haircuts got to get in their interviews. Interviews being done on the field of play versus the clubhouse, which is what I'm used to. Meanwhile, the Blue Jay crowd here at the ballpark, most of them are still here, just kind of trying to figure out what to do. It's as if 45,000 people sat together and watched the latest Ari Aster movie, and it just ended. And now they're all sitting around going, what the hell just happened? Holy cow, the Dodgers win the World Series in 7 games, 11 innings in Game 7. They were trailing in this ball game the entire way once Toronto took the lead in the 3rd. They tied it in the 9th, and they won it in the 11th. Man, oh Shevitz. Matt says, BW, what a game call, my friend. You're built for this shit, brother. Hang in there. Big things are coming for you. Except 1 subscriber. Oh my God. I mean, honestly. All I'm asking is for people that don't unsubscribe. The last time I called a game, the subscriber count was at 3618. And despite calling Game 7 of the World Series, since the previous game I've called, I have netted -8 subscribers. You can't be much more unhealthy than that, folks. I got to figure out what it is. Am I really that just insufferable to a lot of people? Like, for those that do watch, what is it about what I'm doing that you're enjoying? Because holy cow. Believe me, there are other channels out there with, just shells of a personality, just a boring ass stream. People who don't even know how to enunciate words, just half-ass calling a game. They got to be doing better than -8 subscribers, right? I don't know. I'll go to my therapist and figure it out, okay, people? Whatever. I don't know. But I did enjoy calling the game. I think you guys who were with me the whole time know that that's the case. And that's it in terms of play-by-play. Between now and the first spring training game, the Orioles will have televised, which I assume will be sometime in late February. We're going to be spending the rest of the winter months chilling, playing video games, and talking baseball and whatever else besides politics that you got on your mind. Shooting the breeze, talking about this or that or the other. It'll be fun. It'll be chill. And again, nothing you have to commit every night to yourself. It'll be done in such a way where you can pop in and pop out whenever. But do try to pop in, folks. Okay? We're starting something up tomorrow, and it would be nice to have a nice turnout, at least for the first go around, and just give it a chance. Maybe tomorrow you'll look at it and go, it's just really not my cup of tea, but check back in a few weeks as I give myself some time to acclimate and figure out exactly how to entertain you people, because honestly, that is the goal here. Believe it or not, I sit around thinking of ways to entertain people. I know, it's crazy. All right, folks. 9 o'clock, Bam. 9 p.m. Eastern. I think it just scrolled by here at the bottom. You just missed it. But yeah. Because tonight is the daylight savings switch, we are now on a 12-hour time difference. So my 9 a.m. will be your 9 p.m. And yeah, I want it to be a nighttime thing. Yeah, for you night owls out there. And remember, folks, you can always tune in and mute and give me those watch time hours if this content isn't your bag. Just turn down the volume and go to bed, but let the show play. All right. Down Dodgers do not deserve the win. I don't know. I mean, there are moments in this ball game where it kind of felt like baseball wanted to see LA win more than Toronto. But honestly, if the Blue Jays came away the World Series winner, what does MLB really stand to lose? They still got to watch Ohtani for 7 games and everything else. I mean, they got everything they wanted, right? But look, all I know is that if Baltimore can ever win a pennant, if we get matched up with the Dodgers, we're taking it back to 1966. We're not even going to let them score. All right? We're just going to shut them the hell down and sweep them. That's what I'm talking about. All right, folks. I really have enjoyed returning back to the mic after a couple of weeks or so out of it. I did hold up. Yeah, hardly any lung butter now. I'm doing better. So, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern, playing video games and screwing around. Hope you'll join me and check it out. Tommy Lasorda Slim Fast deal. You know what? I drank. My mom bought Slim Fast once, and you got to understand, I grew up in a household with my mom that she never bought anything that a kid would want to eat. Just canned crap and whatever. But she came back and had a little case of Slim Fast. And I saw it. I'm like, ooh, chocolate? Ooh, chocolate. So I remember I pounded 2 Slim Fasts. It didn't work. I drank 2. I should have dropped 10 pounds right there. I don't know what happened. But man, she was mad. She said, I told you not to drink those. Those are for me. I'm like, well, then get me something that tastes like chocolate. Mom? You're killing me here. Your mom also went the Slim Fast route? Yeah. Tommy Lasorda lied to a lot of people. What's this about 5,000,058? What? He can afford any buffet? Who are we talking about? Oh, Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette. Oh, is Bo walking? Is Bo out of contract? Too bad we don't really have a place for him on our team. I'd consider him. But I wouldn't know where he'd play for us. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up, folks. I've enjoyed our time together. But now it's time to say goodbye to all our company. MIC, KEY, and BW, BW, BW. All right, folks. That was the 2025 baseball season. It's over now. Come on back for 2026 and come back tomorrow for some off-season shenanigans. Until then, this has been the Bird Watcher. Where's my boy? Where's the hat? Where is the hat? Hold on a sec. I can't leave without the hat. Okay. And the hat. And we will chirp at you later. Do me a favor. Tell somebody about my channel and get them to subscribe. I am suffering over here. Thanks. Take it easy, everybody.